Right, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Members, I need to ask for nominations for chair for this meeting, please.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Pannell.
Do I have a seconder for that, please? Brilliant. Councillor Pannell? That's it. Thank you, Councillor Pannell, who'll be chairing this meeting. Thank you.
Not be the time to wind him up.
No, perhaps not. Turn your phone off.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, members. I quite appreciate having a vice chairman to sit alongside me just for this meeting, and if so, I'd like to propose Councillor Rake, if anyone would be prepared to second him. Councillor Hawkins. Are there any other nominations? In that case, Councillor Rake, would you like to come forward? Thank you. Good morning, members, and good morning to ladies and gentlemen in the public. Welcome to our meeting. Just to explain what's happening today, our chairman is away on leave and our vice chairman sadly is unwell. So I'd like to send our best wishes to Bernard, vice chairman, on behalf of the committee, and wish him well soon. In the case of a fire alarm, please exit through the doors there and make your way to the far end of the car park. The toilets are outside the door on the left, and water is available outside the door on the right. This is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, are not able to take part and speak. We are live and webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. Also, please turn off your mobile phones if you have them. In terms of how the items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer will present their report. The objector will speak. The supporter will speak. The parish council representative will speak. The ward member will speak. And then members will be able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I'd like to ask the officers now on the top table to introduce themselves, perhaps starting at the end there.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Hall. I'm one of the principal planning officers and case officer for the first application.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Houselander. I'm actually Head of Development Management for West Devon. However, I'm standing in for my colleague Pat Weimer, who is currently on leave.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm the Head of Legal Services and the Council's Monitoring Officer.
I'm Guy Pannell. I'm a member of South Brent Ward and a member of this committee.
Simon Rake. I'm the member for Black Orton and Stoke Fleming and a member of this committee.
Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the agenda then. Do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've received apologies from Councillor Long, Councillor Abbott and Councillor Taylor, and we have Councillor Rake substituting for Councillor Long today. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first item, or the next item on the agenda is minutes. I hope members have had an opportunity to read through these. Is it your wish that we should sign these as a true record? Everybody in favour? Thank you. Do I do that at the end of the meeting? Yeah, okay, thank you. Urgent business, there are no items of urgent business this morning. And item 3, there's no reason to divide the agenda. Move on to item 4, which is declarations of interest. Members, do any of you have declarations of interest? Councillor Bonham.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I have a declaration of interest with regards to the second application number 173325, in that I'm acquainted with the applicant.
So do you intend to stay for that or not?
Yes, it's not a very deep acquaintance of friendship, so yes, I intend to stay, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think what Councillor Bonham is trying to say is that he's not a close associate of the applicant.
Those are precisely my words. Thank you, if anyone's taking notes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Right. The list of speakers has been circulated to members. We'll be hearing from them in due course. And I'll ask our legal advisor, Mr. Fairbairn, to run through the process of making our decision.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. For those who are not so necessarily so familiar with the process by which planning decisions are made, the committee has an obligation under the Town and Country Planning Act to have regard to make decisions having regard to the development plan and any material considerations, and to decide an application in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. Material considerations are those considerations that relate to the use and development of land in the public interest, and anything that is not within that definition will not be considered. Thank you, Chairman.
We'll now move on to the first item this morning, which is application 0828/25/OPA land at Meadow Close, Harberton. And I'll hand over to the case officer, Lucy Hall.
Thank you, Councillor, and good morning, members. Okay, so technical issues. Okay, so the first, this application is 0828/25/OPA. It's an outline planning application for the provision of up to 17 homes on the site. All matters are reserved with the exception of access. And it's land, the description's up on the screen, just to the east of Meadow Close on the edge of Hobbiton. So I'm going to do a presentation. I've also got a couple of technical experts with us today. We've got Graham Lawrence, who is our Conservation Heritage Officer. I've got Victoria and Simon from South West Water and Richard Jackson from the Highway Authority as well. So if you've got any specific technical questions, for those after my presentation. So, just a couple of updates before I start. I would like to propose a couple of amendments to the conditions that I've recommended. So the first one is that I'd like to tweak the accord with plans condition, because the tree constraints plan actually refers to drainage information that is indicative. I'll come on to talk about what I mean when we go through it. I'd also like to propose a condition for the removal of some permitted development rights under Class A, B. Class A is for extensions and alterations to dwelling houses. Class B is alterations, extensions to the roof. Class E is outbuildings, and Class F is with regards to hard standing under Part 1, and also means of enclosures under Part 2. The reason being, as I'll come on to explain, surface water drainage. The site is quite constrained, so obviously to have regard to any additional features that may be added later on, and also because of the relationship with the conservation area. So we've also received 2 additional representations from the South Ham Society, which I believe have been circulated and should be online. So the first one was submitted in response to the heritage objection, which has recently been posted online. Apologies, I thought it was already on there. But in summary, they are concerned that the submitted heritage statement doesn't meet the expected requirements, and therefore they've got concerns that the application cannot lawfully be approved. The other letter is with regards to a number of inaccuracies which they consider to be within the report, and how some matters have been considered. And these are failure to discharge statutory heritage duties under section 66 and 72, the tilted balance and whether that's correctly been applied with specific reference to heritage matters. Sequential test has been misapplied, and the evidence that we should have considered as incomplete. They're concerned about the 30-bed cap that I have proposed in order to deal with foul drainage. They've also got concerns about the weight attributed to the neighbourhood plan, and how the site options appraisal undertaken in respect of the neighbourhood plan is characterised within the report, and there's also concerns about landscape character and harm not properly weighed, and some contradictions between consultee responses and recommendations within the officer report. And I'll try and go through some of those as I go through the presentation. So turning to the site, the application, as you can see here, is outlined in red, just to the east of Meadow Close, and to the east of the built form of the development within Harberton. And this is just the site location plan that was submitted. You can see the red line boundary in red, and the rest of the land that the applicant owns is outlined in blue. So the red line area, as indicated on this plan here, is about 0.4 hectares, and the blue land is about 0.3, taken it to about 0.7 hectares. In terms of, we've got there's a couple of properties on Meadow Close here, which bound the eastern boundary of the site. And this is just an aerial view, and this is our site here, just to the north of Vicarage Ball. So I've just brought this map up just to demonstrate some of the constraints which are referred to within the officer report. So this is our site, which is outlined in yellow here. So in no particular order, this blue line, the continuous blue line marks flood zone 3, and the dashed blue line indicates flood zone 2. So you can see that all of the site is within flood zone 1, and there's a little bit of land within the blue land, which is within flood zone 1 as well. But most of the land within the blue the blue line boundary, lots of blues, falls within flood zone 2 and 3. In terms of heritage, again, no particular order. There's ready shaded area that indicates the Harpenden Conservation Area. So you can see it bounds the eastern part of the site. We've got St Andrew's Church, which is Grade 1 listed. All the greeny colours are Grade 2 listed. And there's pinky one here, which is some distance from the site and doesn't impact on our proposal as Grade 2 star. We've got, there's a couple of properties at Dundridge, which you'll see referred to within the report. We've got the main Dundridge house and the stables, and both of those are individually Grade 2 listed. This area is also, I'll just move on to this. This area is also identified as being on the historic environment records. And I've just provided an extract here of the details from the Devon County Council map. So the whole kind of area shaded in pink is of historical significance, even if it's regarded as a non-designated heritage asset. Just going back to the other map, there was a question on site about the distance between the properties at Dundridge. At the site inspection on Monday, there's a question about how far the site is from Dundridge. I think boundary to boundary is about 250 metres. And then obviously slightly further to the properties. There's also a footpath just to lead in from Broad Park Style, pretty much opposite where the vehicular entrance is to be proposed. That runs diagonally across the site, footpath 16, I think it's referred to. Yeah, there's our constraints. Okay, so just going to take you through a series of photographs, just a refresher for those of you who were on the site inspection on Monday, and just to show you the site for the benefit of those of you who weren't. So this is within the application site, looking back towards, you can see the properties on Meadow Close, the two that sit right on the eastern boundary. And you can see the church tower as well in the background. In terms of, just going to go back to, sorry, I lined this earlier, but in terms of the red line area, I think it's property number 3 here. This property, you can see it's just where the red line area is, literally is just to the south of that. So yeah, roughly in this location here, the red line would be. Just more photos of the site. And that's looking towards the blue land. Is it? Okay. Yep. So these photographs here are just from Vicarage Ball. There is an existing vehicular, well, it's an existing gate access into the site, and the property in Meadow Close just next to it. And the photograph at the bottom here is just further to the west within Harpenden, looking back towards the site. These are properties on Meadow Close, and that agricultural entrance is about here. And just a couple of more photos, again, just seeing the access, and then just looking out as you leave towards the east. There's another road here that leads off to Danes Farm Shop. And just looking the other way, so you can see our properties here on Meadow Close, and this is this junction, that access that I was talking about. And the vehicular access is proposed just off the shot here, just further down. And again, a number of other photos. This is our vehicular access is proposed about here. And then opposite, we've got the style and the public footpath that I was talking about. This image here is just taken further along as you leave the village, just looking back towards the site. You can see where the trees here on the boundary is pretty much the boundary of the blue land. And then you've got the church tower again in sight. Couple of photographs here just showing that style, the Broadchurch style and the footpath, looking back towards the site. And this one is just taking, if you walk diagonally across the field, again looking towards the site. So there's a number of trees on the boundary here. These are actually on the boundary of the field, rather than the boundary of the site. And there's obviously trees on the opposite side as well on the boundary of the site. And these photographs are just from the churchyard, which we visited on Monday. I think if you stood up in the far corner of the site, there is a view of it. But yeah, in summer, when all the leaves are on the trees, it's quite tricky to view the site. But I think it's fair to say that actually, if the homes were to be built on that site, you would probably, from certain vantage points, see ridges, etc. Even though it was difficult to view the site on Monday. Okay, so turning to the application itself. So as I said, it's an outline application. So what that essentially means is the applicants are looking for the agreement of the principle of development, and all matters are reserved except for the access points into the site. So what the homes are going to look like, where they're going to be positioned, etc., etc. All that matter of detail, that would come later. I have got some indicative plans that have been submitted just to show how the site could be developed, but they're just purely indicative at this stage and don't carry any weight in the assessment of the proposal. So in terms of the access proposed, here's our junction that leads down to Dane's Farm Shop, and it would just be off to the right here, where, as we saw on Monday, there's hedgerow all along the road, but there's a slight clearing within the tree line. So what is proposed as a vehicular access, obviously as you will recall, again from the site visit and just for the benefit of members who went there, the land does drop from the site level to the road. So there will be a gentle regrading of about a metre, I think it is, in order to create that slope from the road into the site. And this is the pedestrian access. So I've referenced in the photographs the existing gate that is next to the properties on Meadow Close. That is, can I zoom in? Oh, there we go. Zoom in a little bit to show you. So that gate is roughly located here. So the access wouldn't be up against those properties as you enter the site. It would be set slight back further. And then obviously it would run alongside. Again, because of the differences in levels, there'd be a slight regrading, and I think the level change is about a metre. There are a couple of little barriers proposed as you access the site, which would just to prevent sort of motorised vehicles accessing the site. I don't know. So, tree constraints plan. So, at the outset, I mentioned that this is listed because it's an outline application. There's not that many plans that are listed for approval because all the detail will come later on. So, this is one of the plans that is listed for approval, but the drainage information is actually shown on here. So that is just for indicative purposes at the moment. So I'd like to propose a tweaking of that condition to make sure that that information is not included as part of the approval. But on this tree constraints plan here, you can see our red line boundary, our position of our vehicular entrance, and the position of the pedestrian access. The existing hedgerow along the site between the two access points would be removed, and there's also a category C tree here that would be removed as well. It was also pointed out on Monday that there was an existing tree where the pedestrian access is going that didn't appear to be shown on the plan. So I have discussed this with our tree officer, and it's his view is that it's a maturing hawthorn, which has probably escaped the hedgerow management because of the telegraph pole being located. In his view, it's quite a small species, and it's something that probably wouldn't ordinarily be picked up as part of his specific within the tree survey. It's more part of the hedgerow. But just to reiterate, he doesn't have any concerns and is given a recommendation of support for the application, just purely looking at the access. Okay. Playing around with my screen, I keep jumping. Right, so we have got some indicative information that has been submitted just purely to demonstrate how the site could be developed. I mean, this plan, I'll come on to talk about it in a bit, but was submitted at the request of officers, I think following a comment from our landscape officer, is to can you actually get 17 homes on this site? As I've set out within the report, there are lots of issues with it. We would not support this approach to development if it were to come forward. It was purely submitted to demonstrate that you can get 17 homes on there, as well as the drainage and all the other things that would come along as well. And at the request of the lead local flood authority, you may note that they initially objected to the application and they wanted some additional information. A couple of drainage plans were provided as well. So, turning to the key issues, as I've set out in the report, there are quite a lot of issues on this site, but in terms of the discussion on my presentation, I just wanted to pick up on 4 points. So, they are principle of development, drainage and flooding, access and heritage matters, and the number of homes or the layout. So, in terms of the principle of development, I mean, this is all set out within the officer report, but members, you will be aware that following the updates to the National Plan and Policy Framework in December 24, changes to the methodology and how we calculate our housing needs, we're no longer able to demonstrate a 5-year house and land supply, and therefore, high level, there's a presumption in favour of approving sustainable development, which we refer to as the tilted balance, and I'll come on to discuss that in a bit more detail in a bit. But as I've set out within the officer report, I think even without the tilted balance, there is high level support for the principle of this development within the joint local plan under TTV 25. And the reason for that is Hobbiton is identified as a sustainable village. The indicative housing figures provided in the joint local plan is 20. You'll be aware that the JLP doesn't identify sites for our sustainable villages. There's an expectation that they would come forward through neighbourhood plans, and then housing needs survey, etc., will be undertaken to identify exact numbers. But that 20 is just a ballpark. As I've set out within the report, neighbourhood plan area was designated back in 2013. There's been a lot of work undertaken by the neighbourhood planning group to try and find suitable sites for development. They've undertaken a call for sites and they've been reviewed within an options appraisal. Initial report was undertaken in November 2023 and an updated report in 2025. And hopefully you've all now been circulated a copy of the updated report as well as the SHLA that was undertaken as part of the joint local plan exercise. So in terms of the neighbourhood plan site options appraisal, the site was initially rated green and therefore identified as suitable for development. This was downgraded to amber in the updated report in April 25 because of a number of concerns regarding flood and sustainability. And I've included an extract of that within my report, and obviously you've had the copy as well. So whilst the site was downgraded, you know, it was given an amber. You know, it does identify that there are a number of constraints, and I think having been involved in this application for over a year, yeah, it is a very constrained site. But the headline figure from the report was that, you know, yes, there are these constraints, but if they were dealt with, you know, there could be some scope for development on this site. In terms of looking at other sites, what that options appraisal is quite useful is that it demonstrates that all of the sites surrounding Harberton are constrained. I think this was one of 3 sites that was identified as amber, so none of them through the updated report were identified as green. I think the other one was for 1 unit, and one of the other ones, whilst it was a large land area, most of it was in flood zone 2 and 3. So in reality, the number of homes that can come forward on that is quite limited. Obviously, your job here today is to assess the application in front of us, but I just thought that was quite a useful exercise and document in demonstrating that actually, in terms of the potential sites for development in Harberton, it is quite limited and constrained. So when you look at the so as a result of this updated assessment, the neighbourhood plan is redrafted. It's currently at regulation 14 stage and it doesn't allocate any sites. Obviously there's a draft out there, but because it hasn't kind of gone through many stages, the weight that we've attributed is fairly limited. And because it's not made, we're then referring back to the section in policy TTV 25, which refers to sustainable villages without neighbourhood plans. And for the reasons I've set out in the report, we feel that from a high level there is some support for the principle of development. So coming on to drainage, I think it's fair to say in all of the representations that we've received, matters of flooding, foul drainage, my laptop has turned itself off. Sorry, technical issues. Apologies.
Right.
My laptop has died. Apologies for that. My laptop chose time to give up on life, but I've plugged it in, so hopefully we should be back on track. So I just finished talking about principle of development and I was about to move on to drainage. So I think it's fair to say that in terms of all of the representations that we have had, everybody has raised issues with regards to flooding, surface water drainage and foul drainage. So within the officer report, I've separated it in terms of surface water drainage and foul drainage as well. So I just want to touch on flood risk first of all. So as I've set out within my report and I explained earlier in our slides, all of the red line area falls within flood zone 1. There are parcels, as you saw, of the blue land area, which is also within flood zone 1, but most of it falls within flood zone 2. I explained at the site visit that the expectation is that, you know, all of the development that comes forward, all of the built form, that would be within the red line area. And whilst the land identified in blue could be used for things like planting, they wouldn't be able to use it for any operational development. Now, it's been noted that on some of the drainage drawings, the attenuation tank, it's showing a pipe on it, and I'll just bring the plan back up. This plan here, which shows a surface water drainage pipe leading out into the blue land area. I think this particular area of land falls within flood zone 2 and 3. I just want to stress this is just indicative information. And as I've said on the tree constraints plan, we would not be approving this information. This was submitted as part of a package of works that the lead local flood authority, who are the technical consultee for surface water drainage matters on major applications, they wanted some information, and this was just one of the options that was submitted. There were other options that are set out within the drainage assessment, but this was one option that would be provided. So whilst I appreciate this does show development within the blue land and within flood zone 2 and 3, if the development were to be approved and information submitted, our expectation is that all of the operational development would be within the red land, which is all within flood zone 1, and therefore a sequential test would not be triggered. In terms of the concerns about surface water drainage, you will see from the report that the lead local flood authority were consulted. They initially raised an objection, requested additional information, which was subsequently provided, and they have recommended a condition that they want full details of the surface water drainage system to be provided at reserve matters stage. And you'll note part of the reason for that condition is to ensure that it doesn't increase flooding on the site or elsewhere downstream. So whilst I appreciate, you know, surface water drainage concerns have been raised, this is a matter that the LLFA have picked up. I mean, at this stage and based on the information they've seen, there's no reason to suggest that surface water drainage wouldn't be able to be satisfactorily dealt with on the site. But obviously that condition's there. You know, we haven't been provided with any additional information, but obviously if that then turns out not to be the case, then, you know, there will be an issue later on in terms of satisfying that condition. In terms of the foul drainage, so as I've set out within my report, there's effectively 2 strands to foul drainage. So when the application was first submitted, and it has been with the council for quite some time, South West Water initially commented to say, look, we don't have an principal objection. with you connecting to our mains, to our network in order to dispose of the foul drainage. But right now there are capacity issues, and until we upgrade our network, you won't be able to connect into the system. As officers, we were concerned that there was no time frame for when these works will be done, so we didn't want to be in a position where we granted planning permission with no certainty that the homes could be occupied or when. So at that point, we suggested to the applicants that, look, you need to find an alternative solution because we cannot grant planning permission on this basis. I think there were some plans uploaded online showing package treatment plants on site, which the Environment Agency subsequently objected to. In the meantime, there was capacity that had been released into the system from existing planning consents that had lapsed. So the applicants approached South West Water and said, does this change your position? They said yes, but we have been doing some work over the last 12 months or so. And whilst there is capacity within the system, we can only accommodate capacity for 30 bed spaces, which is why there is a planning condition that is advised. Any detailed reserved matters that comes forward, we would only be able to provide up to 30 bed spaces. And I appreciate you may have questions, and it's probably something you want to direct towards South West Water in a bit. So on the basis of the 30 bed spaces, we are satisfied that foul drainage can be adequately dealt with. There is another issue, which is why I said initially it is in two strands. So that is the capacity issue. In terms of the existing pipes that serve the site, I think they're at 100 mils and they need to be upgraded to around 150 millimeters. And those works would need to be done before, ideally, the properties were occupied. I'll come on to that in a minute. So South West Water have advised that these works will be done within an 18-month period. They are programmed in. They'll be done within an 18-month period of planning permission being granted. But we were a little concerned, what if those works don't get done? Which is why there is a planning condition purely as a fail-safe that if those works are not done, then we don't... they need to be done before the occupation of the 6th dwelling. In terms of the existing pipes, they could probably accommodate up to the flows from 5 dwellings, but the advice from South West Water is any more than that, really, there's potential environmental issues. So that is why that condition is proposed. It is purely a fail-safe in the event that the works were not done. The reality is, we're at outline. There's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done before a reserve matters application could be submitted. So the reality is, long before a spade is put into the ground, I imagine those pipes will have been updated. There was a question on site about where the sewage, the treatment works are located. And this is a map that South West Water provided ahead of this meeting. So you can see they are down here to the south, and our application site is up here. So hopefully that addresses that. So the next issue I want to talk about is access, and specifically in relation to the heritage comments that we've received. So you will note from the report that the location of where the vehicular access is going has attracted an objection from our heritage officer. I've set out within the report the statutory duty that we need to have regard to and the policy context. And just to reiterate, in terms of paragraph 215 of the National Planning Policy Framework, where less than substantial harm is identified, I'll just read it out. So paragraph 215 says, where a development proposed will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, the harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. So I'll come on to that in a moment when balancing. So as you saw on Monday, and as hopefully demonstrated in the site photographs, in terms of where the vehicular access point is going, you saw on Monday, you know, it is well used. It is it is the main route into Harberton. And as we experience, you know, it's a characterful, intimate, leafy lane, fairly typical of a lot of our Devon lanes. It's also the approach into the village and the edge of the conservation area. And as I've showed from some of the photographs, as you travel across the public right of way, you know, as you get towards the site, there will be an impact in terms of how, you know, you perceive that that existing lane and where the access is going. I think, you know, there's no denying that. Putting an access point in will change how you perceive that. And for that reason, the response from the conservation area officer is that the position, the form and the scale of the vehicular entrance will have an impact in terms of the setting of the conservation area and also Dundridge Park. And that the harm that is identified is less than substantial. So before we go on to talk about the public benefits, I just want to say, obviously, well, I have to stress, and you're reminded every application that we've got, our role is, you know, is to discuss the application and consider the application that is in front of us. It's not really our role to come up with alternative schemes, but nevertheless, we have looked at potential alternative access points throughout the life of the application. The applicant felt that for drainage reasons and for highways concerns, that actually it wasn't possible to relocate the entrance. Now, I'm not an expert in either of those matters, so whether they could be overcome or not, I don't know. But the applicant's intention, they want to proceed in terms of the application as proposed and where the access is currently proposed. Now, just to counterbalance some of that, obviously, you know, we've talked a lot about principle and the constraints of accommodating additional homes within Harberton. And, you know, even if there was an alternative access point that was closer to the village, you know, on Monday, you saw how fast cars do come along that lane. Actually, you know, there is an argument that by having the access point where it is, it would help to slow cars down. And the approach, you know, as you go towards the public right of way, it potentially would be slightly safer. You know, if you move the access towards the village, you're then coming closer towards the properties on Meadow Close, you know, which potentially then results in disturbance from their perspective. So, you know, and also, I think at the moment, you know, we're looking at an outline application with all the only matter of detail is the access. You know, yes, it will be a stark feature, but, you know, if that site was developed with homes on it, you know, your perception of how you view that would change anyway. I guess what I'm saying is, you know, whilst technically there may be an alternative solution, you know, I'd err on this side of caution because, you know, that alternative solution is not without its issues. But nevertheless, you know, we do have to consider the application that is in front of us today. Returning to the matter of, you know, the public benefits, you know, you know, that there is less than substantial harm. It's something I will return to when I'm summing up in the plan and balance section. But we feel that the need to provide homes when we've got such a shortfall, the challenges in trying to find appropriate sites in order to deliver the additional homes in order to support the growth of Harberton, as identified within the joint local plan, that in this instance, the public benefits would outweigh the less than substantial harm that has been identified. In terms of just touching on access, we are aware that there have been lots of comments about pedestrian access, and I'm sure Richard Jackson will comment on that later. The need to provide a safe route was something that was identified through both the options appraisal that was undertaken for the neighbourhood plan, as well as the own Schlar assessment as well. In terms of what is proposed, it is right on the edge of the village, next to the properties in Meadow Close. There's adequate visibility displays. It's something that the Highway Authority haven't objected to. So in terms of the pedestrian safety, we are satisfied that what is proposed is acceptable. So I just want to quickly touch on layout before I wrap up. So you'll see from the response from the landscape officer that they did raise concerns as to whether this site was actually big enough in order to accommodate up to 17 homes. If we're going to approve an outline application, we need to be satisfied that the number that is quoted in the description can be accommodated on site. So in response, that's why we requested the indicative parameters plan that was provided. And as I said earlier, and as outlined in the report, this is not a design approach that we would be able to support. There's lots of things that we would need to consider. But in my view, in terms of a high level exercise and what we can realistically ask for as part of an outline application, we are satisfied that it does demonstrate that you could achieve the 17 homes on that site. What I would also say in the image on the left-hand side, the identified needs for Harberton moving forward is for much smaller properties. This demonstrates in terms of our existing household size and occupancy ratings that, there's a lot of large properties and there's a lot of under occupancy. And this was something I think that was also picked up in the housing needs survey that was undertaken. So looking at what the needs are, we've also got to factor in the request from South West Water and the 30 bed space limit. So when we're looking at smaller properties, we are satisfied as much as we can be at this stage that 17 homes could be provided for on that site. So just wrapping up, in terms of the plan and balance. So as I've said, the lack of 5-year house and land supply position means that our starting point is a presumption in favour of development as set out within paragraph 11D of the NPPF is engaged. And the extract there's on screen now is just an extract from paragraph 11D. So the first part, so what this essentially says is that we need to grant planning permission unless the harm to a protected assets, areas or assets as defined in footnote 7, and that does include our designated heritage assets, so it would include the conservation area, provides a strong reason for refusing the development. And then we come on to or, but I think looking at this particular case, because there has been harm identified to the heritage assets, we are looking at the first part of this policy. So as I set out when I spoke, we then go to paragraph 215 of the NPPF and whether that the public benefits outweighs the harm. So as I've set out within the report, and as I'll come on to talk about in a minute, we don't feel that when weighed against the public benefits, that the less than substantial harm that would result provides a strong reason for refusing the application. We feel that actually the provision of homes, including affordable, would attract significant weight. So Harberton, as I've said, it's identified as a sustainable village. There is the JLP envisages around 20 homes being provided. And we've seen as part of the call for sites that all of the sites that were put forward are constrained. And this is why the current neighbourhood plan is currently worded doesn't allocate any sites. But we've still got a duty in order to provide sites and meet that additional needs. You know, the government's agenda is clearly to prioritise house building, which is why we are within a tilted balance situation, and we're not meeting our needs. So in that context, we feel that the provision of up to 17 homes on this site, some of which will be affordable, plus the necessary infrastructure to support it, such as education, which will be secured through a legal agreement, attracts significant weight and public benefit to outweigh the less than substantial harm. So in that respect, we are satisfied when you have regards to paragraph 215 of the NPPF, that in this instance, the public benefits do outweigh the harm, and also that the less than substantial harm that has been identified does not provide a strong reason for refusal. I think it's also of note that there's not been any other policy conflicts that have been identified that cannot be addressed through conditions. So the recommendation is conditional approval subject to those amendments to the conditions that I suggested earlier on.
Thank you, Ms Hall, for that very full explanation of the case. It's obviously there are a lot of issues that have been raised, and thank you for addressing them. I now ask members if we have any questions for Ms Hall. Councillor Allen, thank you.
Thank you. Bearing in mind that the greatest number of objections and concerns were around drainage and sewage, and thinking that the village has had terrible problems with flooding and sewage overflows in the past, it feels difficult to make a decision on this before we know in more detail exactly how the drainage and sewage will work. I mean, expecting depending on South West Water to make improvements in the future, it would be good to have the option of approving this after we have a better, more details about the drainage. Would you like me to ask that of South West Water?
Well, I'll give Ms Hall the opportunity to address that first. But
Thank you.
So in terms of South West Water, they will obviously be able to give you a response on the foul drainage. In terms of surface water drainage, that is, I would refer to the comments from the lead local flood authority. They are our technical consultee, and on the basis they have not raised an objection, and they feel that a suitable scheme could come forward, and there's a condition to cover that. We are satisfied that it could be addressed.
I think the word "could" is what I'm concerned
Well,
about.
I mean, look, you know, there is a detailed condition. I think it's condition 6. Bear with me. Yeah, it's condition 6. They want the reserved matters application to include the proposed surface water drainage system, which includes all of the soakaway testing, detailed drainage scheme, details for the management of surface water, proposals for adoption, etc. So it is quite an onerous condition. I mean, their response is based on the information that's been submitted. At this stage, there is nothing to suggest that they would not be able to comply with that. But obviously they need to do. And, you know, whilst a condition can cover things, you know, we need to work proactively in if matters can be addressed through a condition, we should be imposing it. There's nothing at this stage to suggest that they wouldn't be able to meet the requirements of that condition.
I suppose my issue is that would make sense if a village didn't have all these issues with flooding and sewage overflow already. It's sort of it's a situation where we're making conditions potentially in the future when there's already a problem and the problem has not been addressed.
Okay,
so that would be my concern
for the debate. But can we ask Miss? I think Miss Houseland.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, if the lead local flood authority had objected to this application, I think we would be very, you know, your concerns would be justified. They very often object to applications. They clearly are aware of the existing situation within Harberton, and they haven't objected. So for me, that gives me reassurance that they believe that a scheme can be developed which will prevent any the flooding situation getting any worse as a result of this development.
Thank you, Ms Haslam. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Obviously, as a county councillor reporting to Harberton, I'm very aware of the major flooding incident that happened a couple of years ago, where homes were literally filled with mud because of the flooding that happened. This is a typical sort of area geographically and topographically of where you've got very high hills, and then very low places where the housing is situated. So my question is twofold. One is, why do we not see a contour map? Why are we not seeing sort of systems showing exactly physical elevations in terms of where the new housing is proposed, where the adjacent housing is sitting, so we can really understand, for example, whether an attenuation tank is actually going to work? Because looking at what happened in Totnes this winter, just before Christmas, where everybody thought Warlands was safe, housing there, the drainage didn't work, because where it was supposed to drain into the Dart raised, and okay, there was emergency doors allowed the Dart to raise, but topographically, Warlands was flooded because their drainage didn't go, so it worked the other way and brought actually the river into the housing. And there's a lot of new learning going on at the moment in terms of what an extreme weather incident looks like, as opposed to something that's, it's rainy for a few days and the discharge kind of gradually works. When you get these extreme events, we're getting so much more. What I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is contour maps would really help, because they'd help us to understand. So we haven't had that, and I would think that'd be really useful. But second to that, I would ask that we actually has there been any proper flood modelling done based on looking at what it looks like when suddenly you get a major incident where those flood zones change in their sort of position very quickly? And this isn't a new ask. I lived in Ireland for 25 years. They were doing this in the 90s for flood areas, and that was before all the extreme incidents started to happen. So has that ever been done at all by any of these bodies to give us confidence that the decision that we're being asked to make today, which I know is only preliminary, but once you've got planning in principle, the rest kind of fits around it, as opposed to we've got a unique opportunity today to ask for what needs to be really seriously considered before we take that what could otherwise be an irresponsible decision.
So I hear your concerns, but what I would reiterate in terms of
Ms Hall, if you could please refrain from applauding or any other comments during the debate. Thank you very much.
So I understand your concerns. In terms of your request for further technical and detailed information at this stage, what I would just reiterate is that it is an outline application. So, in terms of how we are supposed to deal with outline applications, that is something that would come forward later on. The LLFA initially objected to this application because they were concerned that adequate information had not been submitted to demonstrate that a solution could be provided. On the back of that, the applicants undertook a flood risk assessment and drainage strategy, and based on the information contained within that, that's why the LLFA removed their objection, and they're now proposing the condition that they have done. I'm not a drainage expert. I've got to rely on the advice on the LLFA. And as Ms Houselander has said, they are not objecting. They are our technical consultees on this particular matter.
I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And perhaps I can apologise in advance for the large list of questions I have. But given the degree of public interest and the complexity and the large number of points and issues sent to us by the South Ham Society and others, I think it's fair that we put the questions on the table. So if you don't mind, Chair, I do have quite a few. Firstly, with regard to TTV 25, this suggests that we support housing that meets identified local needs. I didn't notice in the report or anywhere else the local needs document. Did I miss it? Is there some? Maybe the officers can help me understand that, please.
believe that there was a housing needs assessment which was undertaken as part of the neighbourhood planning process. That should be on their website. I mean, I would just say again, because this is an outline application, we don't have the detail, but there is an expectation that any reserve matters application that come forward would need to meet those identified local needs, which is why I brought that screen up showing, you know, that what the needs are of Harberton. It is for smaller properties, not larger properties, but that would come forward as part of any reserve matters application. It is not a matter for consideration now.
But we're putting forward a proposal here for 17 houses. Does that meet the local need? I mean, sounds like we're not quite sure.
The joint local plan indicates that this village can accommodate 20, up to 20, or even possibly a couple more than that. So there is, and that plan went through a very lengthy process in order to justify all of the policies it contains. So there is, there was a need in 2019 or 2018 when the joint local plan was being developed, but and it wouldn't have been put in the plan if it were not considered to be something which we could then rely on when we're looking at planning applications in the future.
Councillor Anne, do you have a question on this point? Yeah.
Sorry to
Please, go for it.
my confusion now is that we're ignoring the heritage aspects of it because we are looking at public need, but if we haven't absolutely identified what the public need is, how can we overlook the heritage issues? I'm confused.
I'm not saying to overlook the heritage issue as I've set out within my report because of the concerns that our heritage officer has raised. There is a conflict with policy. There's a conflict with policy Dev 21. The test is, as set out within the National Plan and Policy Framework, is when less than substantial harm has been identified, when you weigh that up against the public benefits of the scheme, which I am giving significant weight to the provision of homes, does that outweigh? Now, members, you may disagree with my assessment, but that is the view that I have taken, and that is set out within the officer report. In this instance, the provision of homes in an area which is really constrained against a backdrop of a need for housing, I feel is sufficient to outweigh that harm that has been identified. But of course, you may take a different view.
Thank you.
If I may, related to that, the letter that I've seen suggests that there may be some questions over the validity of tilted balance in this case because of the heritage concerns. Maybe I could ask for some advice on that if the tilted balance is relevant, because that is quite an important point in this whole debate.
Ms. Hassender or Mr. Fairbairn? Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've obviously seen the letter from the South Ham Society, and I mean it's an in-depth analysis of the report, and it does raise an issue about the tilted balance. Paragraph 11 says, actually useful you put it on. Thank you very much. The planning balance is there. Paragraph 11 is on the screen in front of you. So effectively, the plans and decisions should apply a presumption in favour of sustainable development unless. And in terms of paragraph 11D, there are two unlesses. The satisfaction of either of those limbs would mean that the tilted balance is disengaged. So the one, the limb that will be the primary focus, I suspect, is that first one, I, and that is that there is a policy within what I would call the footnote 7, or a footnote 7 policy within the NPPF that protects or it provides a strong reason for refusing the development proposal. Now, that doesn't mean that if you conclude that there is a strong reason in the NPPF for, in terms of a footnote 7 policy for refusing the development, that that's the end of the matter. It isn't. What that does is simply disengage the tilted balance. You then still have to carry out the normal assessment in terms of the planning balance, but discounting the tilted balance. Is that? And I think what is said in the letter seems to suggest that once you've concluded you've got a strong reason for refusal, that's the end of the matter. That isn't. Have I made myself clear?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. That makes absolute sense. Thank you very much. But then my added confusion is that you mentioned the tilted balance within your presentation, and if the tilted balance is effectively disengaged because of concerns over heritage, rejection from the heritage officer, why are we still looking at the tilted balance aspect? Thank you.
I'll pick that up on the basis that it is a planning judgment as to whether or not there is a strong, the conflict with the MPPF footnote 7 policy is strong enough to provide a strong reason for refusing permission. The officer has come to a view that in light of the less than substantial harm and the public weighing that against the public benefits, that there isn't a strong reason for refusal. And that is why the tilted balance continues, in her view, to apply.
But the heritage, can we ask the heritage officer the same question? Because he did put an objection in, so maybe that's more clarity. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm not sure that it take you very further. It's a matter of planning judgment, and the officer has weighed, the heritage officer will advise on the harm, but in terms of the balance between the harm and the public benefits, that is a matter for the planning officer and you ultimately as the decision maker.
I would still like to hear from him because it'd be good to see his point of view, to see so we are weighing up in our own minds as the committee does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not really in a position to speak on the tilted balance because I'm a heritage specialist. If you have a specific question about how I came to my objection, then I'll be happy to answer that. But would you like to be a bit more specific?
How did you come to your objection?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clarify that this is a piece of land that's been looked at many times over recent years through different processes, and as a result, the setting of the Greatbourne Listed Church and the other heritage assets has been thoroughly considered, and that's well set out by the Historic England comment that was accompanying the PIP application that was withdrawn. So when it came to this application, the main priority was for me the setting of the conservation area. So in looking at that, we follow the guidance from Historic England, which is a 5-step process. I won't go through all of it, but the important bit is step 4, where if you identify harm, and the harm that I've identified is because as you arrive in Harberton, whether by car or by foot along the public footpath, you arrive at this point and it's a very, very characterful Devon Lane. It's not exceptional, but it's very much gives you a strong sense of arrival from countryside into built environment. And in previous iterations for proposals to develop the site, the access was down closer to Meadow Close in the vicinity of the existing field gate. That raised no objection from myself or from Historic England or indeed from Highways. So the main issue is the difference between those proposals and what we have now, which is essentially more or less centrally located basic highway designed entrance, which has to provide a significant visibility display because it's outside of the 20-mile-per-hour zone. Richard can comment more on that. And to me, it seems avoidable. So step 4 of the Historic England guidance is where I place my judgment. And so how can harm be mitigated or avoided? And because it's not been, I have that objection. I hope that helps.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your comments on the heritage. A couple more on the heritage, if I may. Do you perceive the issue to be a strong reason to object?
As in my comments, which are in the officer report, I classified it in the medium range of less than substantial.
And how do you, okay, thank you. And how do you view the number of properties proposed in light of the conservation area? Because it seems to me that 17 properties in 0.4 of a hectare is actually quite different to the typical density and the density of the village. Is there an impact on, because of the volume? I mean, I think your report says there isn't, but maybe you could just help me understand your thoughts on that.
Without going too far into the depths of character analysis, most of our villages are made up of very densely packed small cottages, often with nice gardens. And then as time went by, you often got larger properties on the periphery of villages. So high density in villages is often a much more appropriate form of development than low density, I would say.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, moving on.
Thank you.
Drain and infiltration testing. There's quite an in-depth argument from one of the reports we saw that there should be that carried out, but it hasn't been. Is that something for later, or is it irrelevant? Can we try and understand that, please?
Yeah, going back to what we were talking about before, it's something that the lead local flood authority have reviewed. They're happy with the baseline information that has been undertaken, but in terms of the detail, yeah, it is essentially something they would want to see as part of the reserved matters application. But as I've said previously, on the basis that they are not objecting, we are satisfied that there is a surface water drainage solution that can be accommodated on the site, but the exact detail will be submitted with the reserved matters application as per condition 6.
Thank you. There was a statement or claim that the applicant's heritage statement is non-compliant. Is that the case? Is there some validity because it didn't take account of the park or the conservation area and various other things, so it shouldn't have been accepted? Can we comment on that, please?
We get an awful lot of applications, and the quality of information that we get in terms of heritage assessment does fluctuate quite widely. I think the main criticism here was about the setting of the Grade 1 listed church, but because the principle of development here has been debated over a long period of time, the main focus of attention, because we are considering the access at this stage. And the Historic England comments on the previous application did make it clear that they wanted to be very much involved in the detailed application stage, as indeed would we as heritage officers. So the word that I would emphasise is in, again, the Historic England guidance on assessing significance, and that's proportionality. So there isn't a right way or a wrong way. The guidance is that the amount of assessment and information provided should be proportionate to the scale of the application and its likely impact. It didn't create any great alarm bells for me, I have to say.
Thank you, that's helpful. Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, the other thing I would say is that the particular objector had cited case law and suggested that the inadequacy of the document provided an absolute bar to us determining the application. That's not correct. The case doesn't decide what is alleged to have been decided, and effectively the council's duty doesn't depend on applicants bringing things to our duty under Section 66, doesn't depend on applicants telling us that there is a designated asset. That is a matter for us to find out and to come to a view on. It's not absolutely dependent on the applicant identifying every harm, every heritage asset. The duty that we have to comply with is one that we need to set what's the word I'm looking for? Satisfy ourselves on. It doesn't matter what information the applicant has provided. It's what we do is the important thing, and we've done the assessment in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Yes.
So just further to Mr. Fairbairn's comment, I did in my comments raise concerns over the lack of consideration of the setting of the conservation area and Dundridge Park, because that they weren't referenced at all. So sorry, I did pick up on the comments about lack of attention to the setting of the Grade 1 listed church, which was assessed, although maybe not as well as some people might like. But my concern was that there was no assessment of the setting of the conservation area or of how Dundridge Park is experienced as you pass through it on the public footpath.
Thank you. Councillor Bond.
Yeah, thank you. The AECOM assessment suggests that this is a site is rated as amber. Maybe you could explain what that means, because it's a bit of a new thing. I don't think I've come across this before. I've got some questions on the detail of it too.
So it was the site options appraisal that was undertaken on the back of the exercise that the neighbourhood plan group had done for a call for sites. So I don't know. I mean, in simple terms, green, you know, you're good to go, and red is no development on this site. I'm guessing in terms of the middle, amber is, you know, we've identified some constraints. If you were able to satisfactorily overcome these constraints, then it might be some, you know, there might be scope for development on this site.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I thought we might be saying. So looking at the detail, it raised questions. This report raised questions about the overall site, the number of houses, cycle and pedestrian safety. And I think I've got this quote right. It said, if constraints are dealt with, then the site will be suitable. Do we think, and maybe it's a question for the highways officer, that cycle and pedestrian safety have been dealt with sufficiently, given that this application also includes the access?
Yes.
Sorry, Chairman, I was going to say perhaps Councillor Bonham might repeat his question when Councillor Hodgson is able to hear the question and answer, hear the answer. I know she's
sure.
not having IT problems, I believe.
I'm listening.
Yep.
Do you want me to repeat it? Okay.
Ms. Hall,
Thank you.
do you think would it be helpful for Mr. Jackson also?
Yes.
Do you want to go straight to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Just before we go on to that question, I thought it'd be useful to just explain also about the applicant's consideration for where the access was going in the first place, the vehicle access and the pedestrian access. So they went and got a topographical survey of the site, and we, as our duty as a highway authority, have to make sure that access is put in at a specific level to ensure that DDA compliancy is met, and also safe access for all users. So as a result of that survey, they found out that the topographical survey revealed that the levels of the land were quite low at the pedestrian access point in relation to the rest of the site, and without going into too much detail, they found that the drainage would be too shallow for a gravity-led system for the road if it was to be put in at the lower point where the pedestrian access is now shown. So that was the main constraint, because otherwise they were sort of worried about the fact that you would need to pump the water if you put the drainage deeper than the actual levels would allow. So you wouldn't necessarily go down the road of pumping surface water, highway surface water, because that would be extremely costly and commuter maintenance sums would be triggered, etc. for that, and we wouldn't want to adopt that apparatus as well as a highway authority.
In simple language, are you saying there'd be a flood point and a puddle of water? Is that what would happen?
What I'm saying is the drainage is difficult to achieve for a road at the point of the pedestrian accesses, in simple terms. Yeah.
Yeah, a puddle.
Yeah. Moving on to your second question, the national guidance is the key consideration here. Both Manual for Streets and Manual for Streets 2 are the national guidance, and in both documents they recognise that road characteristics in villages are commonly safe and work well because of a number of factors. Those factors are the 85th percentile speeds are low, traffic volumes are generally low, and drivers generally conform to the highway code when they are faced with village conditions, which is driving to the conditions in a slow, safe manner. In the case of the site, we asked the applicant to undertake a speed and traffic volume survey at the point of the pedestrian access. Both revealed that the 85th percentile speed of traffic was 18 miles per hour in one direction, or just over, and 20 miles per hour in the other direction. So we would consider that as a low speed. The traffic volumes as well over the survey period that they chose to do were over the peak period as well. So in the morning peak hour they chose to do in July, and that also revealed that the traffic volumes existing on the road network were below a certain level. Manual for Streets says shared spaces, or where people are expected to share the carriageway, work well where speeds are low and traffic volumes are below 100 vehicle movements per any given hour, for new estate roads, that is. So on the basis of all that evidence, and the fact that observations on site, we saw numerous people walking in the road when we made our observations, already exercising and walking dogs, we didn't perceive that there was an overriding safety issue with the distance between the pedestrian entrance and the rest of the village, and the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit incorporates that area as well. So on balance, it was determined that we didn't feel there was a safety issue that should be made into an objection.
Councillor Ryan, do you have a question for Mr. Jackson?
Yes, thank you. Just following up from your comment about people walking in the street, there's no pavements in that area, so I'm not sure where else they're supposed to walk. I actually went back yesterday to have a better look at the pedestrian entrance where I was in Harberton anyway. From our site visit, I don't think we were given clear information about where the access was. It looks like it shifted a couple of metres to the right in these diagrams. We were told it was coming down from the gate, and that doesn't seem to be right, so just as a pointer. I absolutely understand what you're saying about looking at the data, looking at the speeds. However, I can absolutely understand where concerns in the village are coming from. I was nearly clipped twice. The road is just over the size of a vehicle, especially when it's overgrown as it is at the moment. I felt personally, there is a question coming. There is a question, which is that has it been looked at that we could put a pavement in linking the pedestrian exit to the rest of the village, where potentially it's a bit safer, because it is just after the 20-mile-an-hour zone, so traffic would be slowing down at that point, I imagine, especially now we're looking at it that the pedestrian exit has shifted. So I was just wondering if the possibility of putting in a pavement. Thank you.
I also forgot to mention that we looked at the accident statistics for the village as a whole before commenting, and in 29 years of injury accident data being presented to the police, no accidents have been recorded by the police in the village, injury accidents, that is. So so that gives a good indication that the village is operating safely enough for its purpose. In terms of the pavement, unfortunately, the rural characteristics of the lane mean that the available carriageway width is not practically available to form a seamless footway to the site to accommodate two-way traffic. What we'd have to do if we put in a footway is make it single track, which would introduce conflicts between motorists in itself. So we wouldn't be recommending to put in a footway based on the other evidence that I mentioned.
Thank you. Can I just add that at the site visit, I think the applicant explained the pedestrian access will be moved a little way to the east because there has to be a flat level surface before pedestrians or cyclists go into the road.
Can I just ask how many metres it will be? Because it's,
we could ask that of the applicant when.
I potentially.
We have it on the screen.
How many metres is that from where the gate is?
Ask the applicant.
You need to bear with me while I measure it, if that's all.
Okay.
Could you just clarify which bit you're referring to? And apologies, yes, I incorrectly advised the location on site, but yeah, the agent did correct. So this is where the existing gate is at the moment, and we talked about a tree near a telegraph pole that would need to be removed. But could you just clarify which measurement you're after?
Yes, so I stood, that little slope coming down from the gate, I stood at the bottom of that yesterday to have a look at the traffic.
Yeah.
It looks like there's even more lane that you'd have to traverse as a pedestrian. I just wanted to know how much further. So where the access points comes out onto the lane from below the gate to where it is on the map. Thank you.
So basically, how many metres has it been moved from the existing?
Chair, can I suggest we carry on?
Yes,
and then
yeah,
we'll
that's
come back
fine.
to you
Yes,
with that
okay.
measurement.
Yes, okay. My last
yeah,
area of
Councillor
question
Bond.
relates to sewage and questions to South West Water, because I understand that the treatment works in Harberton is one of the worst in the whole of the South Hams, and that the data I've got shows that there's, and this may not be correct, 2,994 hours of sewage spills in the latest report. 2,000, sorry if you didn't hear correctly, 2,994 hours of sewage spills in 2023, which is the third highest amount of sewage spills across all of the 69 South West Water assets. Is that correct? Is my information correct on that? That's 2023.
Yes, the amount of hours is correct for 2023. It is above target, and obviously working to get that reduced, which is why the last 2 years we've been doing some infiltration removal and groundwater, surface water removal from gullies entering the system, because the spills are caused by heavy rainfall entering the combined system and overloading rather than foul flows from houses. So that's enabled the number to be reduced, but it is still above target over the last 2 years. So the latest figure is 1,600 hours, which is 116 events, but we have a target of 10, so it's well above 10. So we are going to do further work in the area to reduce that down to the target. So obviously bearing that all in mind, we were very keen to see the impact of this development on the spills. So we did a hydraulic assessment, and it would not impact the number of spills that were happening. To put it in context, rainfall off a single garage roof is equivalent to 100 houses foul water. So the system would only be accepting foul water from the development. So the number of spills would not be increased as a result. The network would need to be upgraded, as mentioned in the report, along Vicarage Ball Road to accept any connection from the development. So that sewer would be upgraded to allow the foul flows only to be transferred.
So at the moment, you're only 160 times over your target.
Yes, it's above target, yes, but it won't be affected by the development at the moment.
So if it won't be affected by the development, why is there a limit on the number of houses that you're accepting? I'm a bit confused. confused about.
The
all of this.
treatment capacity at the works is, as we described, is the housing, is the limit on the bedrooms, 30 beds. So if the treatment works have got 2 units, the 2 RBC units, rotating biological contact units. One was refurbished last year. They've got capacity to treat the amount of foul flows from this development.
Thank you. Yes, because
Sorry, there's another point about the pipe, which is not sufficient. Is that correct? I understand that the pipe's 100 mil and will be upgraded to 150.
That is correct, yes. We anticipate that scheme would take about 18 months to deliver. So we would deliver that before and design and construct before the development was connected. That's along Vicarage Ball Road and under the stream. That's sewer that needs upgrading.
I read your report very carefully and it said it needs upgrading. It doesn't
yes.
say when it's going to be upgraded or what the investment plan is.
It's 125 metres of 150 mil. There's 2 options. We can either upsize the existing pipe or lay a second pipe. We would do a detailed sort of engineering assessment before confirming which would be the best option, but that would proceed. If this development was to be given the go-ahead, we would look to start that scheme and do the design work, yes. And we're happy to work with people during that scheme to take them through the journey and show progress of the project and sort of the timeline over those a maximum of 18 months. It will be delivered before the development will be connecting.
So is there...
can you just pause there, Councillor Rake?
Okay. The upgrade to the pipe, is that something that you would do irrespective of this development, or is it only if this development takes place?
It is only if this development goes ahead, because it's required to transfer their flows along that road towards the treatment works.
Thank
you. Yeah, when in your submission, I saw that you said, it would take 18 months. It doesn't say that it's a commitment. Is there a written commitment somewhere that you've submitted as part of your response? Because that you will do the work if approved, if this outline planning permission is approved, that you will do it with a timeline, with the financial resources allocated.
Yes, we would do the work, yes.
Is there a written document?
It's triggered by the applicant would do a requisition. So they would requisition the connection from South West Water, which is obviously an agreement that they are connecting, and we proceed.
So it would come later. So my question, if I may, thank you very much for helping me on that. There's a question which I think goes to the legal team about this, which is to do with Grampian, which I really don't understand at all, about whether we can accept a planning application and set a condition if there's no absolute commitment that foul drainage water is to be taken care of. And it seems to me, listening carefully to the answer, that we don't yet have a firm commitment on that. Written commitment, I'm sorry.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chairman. So first of all, a condition has to be, is permissible, providing it satisfies the legal and policy tests. And it's certainly not unusual for a condition which says something that development shouldn't happen or occupation shouldn't happen until something else has happened that's off-site. And that's known as a Grampian condition. And that's typical, and a Grampian condition is typical when in respect of infrastructure improvements. It's not unusual. It's certainly the case that the fact that there are, or there may be, significant difficulties in implementing the condition doesn't stop it being imposed or doesn't render the condition invalid. The decided case is basically say a planning authority can impose a Grampian condition even if the required action appears to have little prospect of being implemented.
provided the condition is not unreasonable. And in this case, the view is that such a condition is not unreasonable. There is a reasonable prospect of it being implemented, but the condition can still, the permission could still be granted subject to that condition.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn.
From what I understand, and forgive me if I'm wrong, we have a condition anyway that will say that only 5 houses can be built or occupied until this kicks in. So when you're saying a gramping condition, that's dependent on this happening. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I mean, basically, yes. So the condition is effectively stopping further occupations beyond the 5, which can be accommodated within the executive. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham, do you have any more questions?
No.
Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify with the Heritage Officer? Your main objection seems to be the conservation area, but you're also mentioning Dunridge Park, which seems to be quite a distance away. What's the relationship there?
Lucy, Miss Hall had a picture which showed from the Devon County Council Historic Environment Viewer, which shows that Dunridge Park, there you go, that is identified on the Historic Environment Record as a heritage asset. So it's what would be classified as a non-designated heritage asset. My main point is, because of the orientation of the principal house at Dunridge, the impact of this development is minimal. However, there is the public footpath which crosses through there. So it's how you experience the non-designated heritage asset of Dunridge Park as a walker following that route. That's kind of the connection I was making.
Okay, so it's not anything to do with the fact that it's Grade 2 listed or...
Saran?
Thank you. It's a question for South West Water. One of the letters which was sent to us mentioned the presence of the European eel, which I understand to be very rare, in the river running along the bottom of the site. My concern is that there doesn't seem to be enough detail about how drainage is going to work. It looks like the pipe isn't going to happen because that means development within that site. But it would be good to have a bit more detail about how drainage will flow into the river, especially as there's protected species in the river. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hall. Sorry, can I just answer that? So that concern came in because, as I said initially, within the initial South West Water response, there was no objection, but at the time the application was considered, there was no effective capacity within the network in order to accommodate the foul drainage from this development. So therefore the applicants had to explore an alternative, and part of that was dealing with the a private system on site, like a package treatment plant. It was in response to that there was concerns about water discharging into the stream where there are the presence of European eels. But on the basis that South West Water have now confirmed that there is some capacity subject to the 30-bed limit, we're not looking at a package treatment plant. So therefore, I would argue that that concern has fallen away.
So the concern, I think, or one that was expressed to me, was that the hard surfaces of the new development would lead to water runoff. And so where you have on the map, it looks like an attenuation pond to me, whatever you call it, the drainage area. So if that was overflow because of heavy rain, as has been mentioned, it's caused problems in Harberton before, that the overflow of hard surface runoff into that area, I just wanted to be assured that that wouldn't cause any damage to the European eel or any other protected species, because there seem to be an awful lot of protected species in the area, bats and European eels and things. But
apologies. So obviously when the Reserve Matters application comes in, we will consult the lead local flood authority on the surface water drainage. We'd also consult our ecologists as well, who are currently based at Devon County. So if there was any particular concerns there, that could be addressed at Reserve Matters stage. The fact that they are present is not a reason for us to refuse development at the moment, but it is something that we may need to have regard to if and when the details come in through a reserved matters application. Just while I'm speaking, can I just confirm your questions that you had before about the distance? So I'll calculate the distance from the edge of the proposed footpath to where the existing gate comes out is about 7.5 metres. Is that the distance you wanted?
Yeah. Quite a long way.
Is that to allow a gradient down to the point of access?
I
onto the
presume
road?
so, yes.
Okay, thank you. And visibility, right, okay, thank you. Alan, do you have any further questions?
I do actually. Just responding to Highways about display here. He mentioned that there weren't any accidents in the village. My concern is that this is outside the village. So this is a new piece of land to be walked along. So although there weren't any accidents in existing roads, we're opening up a new area where there potentially could be accidents because it is a difficult road to walk along.
Yeah,
So that was my point.
What's the question?
The question is, it isn't. It's in response to his answer to my question. Thank you.
You can say that later. Do you wish to?
Yeah, all I would say is that we're told as practitioners to consider forward visibility for drivers to actually gauge hazards in the road. And we know that the 85th percentile traffic speeds are low, as I mentioned before, below 20 miles per hour. And the question is then, have you got enough forward visibility as a driver for a 25-metre vision to see a hazard in the road ahead of you? And the answer is yes, you do in this precise location, and that is part of the consideration for why we think it's safe.
And are you considering extending the 20-mile-an-hour to be outside the new vehicle access as well?
No, because we are offering, as part of the pedestrian access, choice for the site users to actually come out on the desire line, which is to get to all the amenities in the village. The predominant flows will be towards the village and back again via the pedestrian access. There isn't also any convenient locations to site signage. We'd have to potentially look at including Vicarage Ball Junction into the signage as well. So it would be a lot of clutter and additional maintenance for the Highway Authority when the applicant has actually designed the access. And not only that, we don't believe there's any suitable locations to site signs within the highway actual boundary as well. So that safely will mean that they won't get struck. We've asked the applicant to design the access to the 85th percentile speed of traffic, which is what they've done. They've also offered to create an additional passing place for the village as a whole at the access, and they're also offering to enhance the drainage in that locality by increasing the number of gullies. As historically near the access, we've had reports of pooling of water, so we've increased the amount of gullies in that area with the applicant's agreement.
So for the pedestrian access or the, sorry, Chair.
So that was the vehicle access that we've created the passing place near.
But not for the pedestrian access. So the gullies won't stretch that far, or how does the pedestrian access?
There's already a gully by the opposite the vehicle entrance, and the camber of the road goes towards that gully. It's just that in the winter when the leaves fall, that gully gets blocked quite regularly. So we've asked for an additional upsized gully to make with a slightly wider grate, so that is mitigated.
Thank you very much. But that's still the vehicle exit rather than the pedestrian one.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah. The vehicle entrance is there's going to be a slight widening of the carriageway, so that it offers the whole village a benefit of an additional passing place.
Right. Thank you very much. But there's still potential flooding around the pedestrian exit, because we've seen pictures of quite extensive flooding around the area where the pedestrian exit is going to come out of. So there's no additional gullies there.
Not on the proposals, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor Barnum.
Yeah, just very briefly, where is this 20-mile-an-hour sign? obviously, I'm sorry I didn't notice it, but can we just see where it is at the minute, please? Describe where it is. Is it up the
It's
road?
just when you come around the corner from the Vicarage Ball junction.
Oh, there.
So yes.
So it's halfway. It's more or less where the entrance is going to be, or just.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Jackson, which is just on the methodology. I appreciate that it's one that's kind of you're asked to follow rather than have necessarily chosen to do. But the 85th percentile is great. I understand that, but you could have an 85th percentile figure of 20 miles an hour with the other 15% doing 21 or the other 15% doing 40. Is that taken into account do the outliers above the 85th percentile get looked at all, or do we say, well, 85% of people are doing 20 or less, and that ticks the box, and the other 15% are ignored?
The national guidelines ask practitioners and designers to work to the 85th percentile as a safeguard. It's not a 50 percentile, which is the average. It's a 85th percentile, which is dealing with the majority of faster traffic. And yes, you do get drivers that go above that 85th percentile. They are deemed to be perhaps driving inappropriately for the conditions, and the police are expected to step in for those drivers and enforce that.
Right, members.
Sorry, Chair. I'm just sorry. I obviously wasn't clear enough in my question. So we don't distinguish between. So there are two cases. One where the 85th percentile is at 20 miles an hour, and the 100th percentile would be barely above that, because everybody's going at roughly the same speed. But so the lowest 85% cut off at 20, but it doesn't go much above that. Or another case where the 85th percentile is at 20 miles an hour, but the remainder of drivers, the other 15%, are doing significantly above that. And all I was asking is, does our approach differentiate between those two cases?
We're just told to work to the 85th percentile speed of traffic as the designs for the designers to implement. But what I would say in this case is that the road is pretty straight. So there is forward visibility for drivers that are driving above the 85th percentile to gauge the hazards in the road.
Thank you. Members, do you have any further questions for the officers or the representatives of outside bodies? Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Just a quick one, really. Biodiversity net gain, is it intended to actually deliver that on site or off site?
The applicant's intention is to deliver that within the Blue Land. So there would that is proposed to be included as part of the Section 106 agreement, because the way the regs are written, if it's within the Blue Land, it needs to be within the Section 106 agreement.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, just wondering with regard to safety of pedestrians, whether there's scope for a pedestrian refuge at some point between the pedestrian entrance and the village, and it seems to me that that's where it's potentially a more dangerous spot.
Jackson.
In terms of a footway or something?
Well, a pedestrian refuge can be just a space to stand in when a big lorry is going past.
I don't think there's any other areas in the village that have that approach, and as I said before, it seems to be working okay in safety statistical terms. So I don't personally see it as a necessity from a highway authority perspective for the reasons I've previously outlined. But
well, perhaps I could just point out this isn't in the village, really.
Okay, thank you. I think we've concluded the questions. Oh, Councillor Allen.
Sorry, jumping at the last minute. Yes, just from an environmental point of view, it was mentioned that it was a bat flyway, part of the field. There's also the protected eel. what mitigation's been done? I realise that the drainage won't necessarily affect the eel, as you said, that will come up in reserved matters. But what other mitigation we have for some of the other protected species?
So the county ecologist has been consulted, and they have their comments are summarised in section 12. They have recommended conditions. Bear with me a second.
And I'm sure the applicant can answer questions on this as well, because they've explained to us about a back corridor along the edge.
Yeah, I mean, there are conditions relating to ecology in terms of protected species. The ecologists have been involved. They haven't raised an objection, and they would be involved in any reserve matters applications as well.
Thank you. I'm hoping that has exhausted the questions. We've asked a lot of questions. We've been going for nearly 2 hours, so I'm proposing we have a break for personal needs and refreshment for just over 12 minutes, and we reconvene in here at 1. And can I just ask members of the public not to approach members of the committee while we're in the break, because we're in the middle of the discussion and the application procedure at the moment. Thank you very much. So we're back in 12 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, members and members of the public. We resume our meeting, and we now move on to the speakers. And the first speaker is Joanna Poulton, who's an objector, and she has some slides which I presume have been provided to us. You have, I think, 5 minutes, is that right? 5 minutes, and please keep to that time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before I start, please may I ask for your discretion with regard to the time. I am very aware that I have a limit under standing orders, but I'm also aware that you have discretion. The planning officer, it took 45 minutes for her to explain this very complicated planning application. And there have been a number of submissions around the table from the statutory consultees who I feel the audience and the councillors should hear perhaps another side. I have 5 slides. I can deliver within 5 minutes, but I don't think it's going to do justice, and I don't think it's going to be fair to the councillors for me to rush through this.
Chairman, I think in terms of it is a matter of your discretion, but ultimately, if the objector has more time, then the applicant should have more time, have the same amount of time.
I'm perfectly happy if that is the case.
Yeah, I think. I think we'll keep the clock at 5 minutes. Is that all right? So yes, we start timing from now.
The first, could I hand out some photos, please, which is part of the presentation that you've already received. And that was made, even though it is part of the presentation.
We will see these on the screen.
Yes, I think you'll find that by having it in the hand, it will be easier to refer to. Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully ask then that the clock is started again, and I will start my. Thank you. I will start my presentation now. The background to this, ladies and gentlemen, is that we understand that you are under pressure to approve housing developments. However, we believe that this application is fundamentally flawed and it is unlawful. We wish to challenge this on both of lack of suitability of the site and on access, which is here for determination today. As the planning officer has already said, this is a heavily constrained site. The fundamental flaws cannot be alleviated by the planning officer imposing multiple conditions. As you know, there were 96 objections logged onto the planning portal, and they may not be in legal language, but they show that local people know that this is simply not a suitable site for development. We aim to show that the developers' imagined benefits do not outweigh the foreseeable harms. We've talked about the legal framework, and I'm sorry if this is going to become legal wonkery, but I think that there are some fundamental misunderstandings that have been presented here today. You cannot reserve for later something that goes to the fundamental suitability of the site. And you have been discussing already some very difficult things regarding drainage and sewage. Councillor Mackay will also be raising that. The statement will be read out later. But we contend that the drainage and the sewage goes to the heart of this OPA and cannot be left to reserved matters. You have already seen and heard all the sort of conflicts that are going on at the moment with regard to drainage and sewage. So leading on to the main presentation, there are 4 key reasons why we believe that this OPA cannot be approved, and any one of them provides you with your legally sound reasons on which to refuse. The first is the omission of the sequential test, which we say is an unlawful omission. The second we say is that 23 conditions mask an inherently unsuitable site. Thirdly, we contend that heritage harms means that the tilted balance should not be applied. And fourthly, the absence of a mitigable footpath fails the access test. This was the slide I wished to give you, which I have not been permitted to give you. But I think then you can see what we're talking about. Slide 1 refers to the sequential test, top left. The other slides on top right relate to drainage and flooding. Bottom left, of course, is heritage, and bottom right, of course, is access and a safe footpath. Dealing with the omission of the sequential test, I appreciate this is a legal argument, but I think it goes fundamentally to why you should or should not be hearing this application. The planning officer has said, in her opinion, a sequential test is not required. We believe that she's erred in her assessment on that. The top left picture showed you the drainage. We've been told that actually it doesn't matter, that this is only indicative, in which case you don't have enough information upon which to base your decision. The drainage plan for the attenuation pond that has been put forward by the applicant directly leads into the Harberton stream. That is within flood zone 3, and that makes it essential to have a sequential test. NPPF 162 clearly states that where development infrastructure is in flood zone 3, it legally triggers a mandatory sequential test. It is my contention that you cannot lawfully approve this application if a sequential test should have been done. As I've said there, if legal wonkery leaves you a bit sort of blind to what's really going on, let me move on to foul and surface water drainage. The planning officer has said that there is a lot of information that is missing. Once again, we would cite that this is contrary to what is required for this application. There was a discussion about a Grampian clause. Case law says that you cannot rely on conditions that have no reasonable prospect of delivery within the lifetime of the application. The Grampian clause that the planning officer seeks to put in place is basically saying it is okay if you have 5 houses with another 12 coming in due course when South West Water have upgraded the foul water drainage and the sewage treatment works. We would argue, and I would put forward to you now, this is simply not acceptable.
Ms. Bolton, inform me the 5 minutes is up. I'll give you another 2 minutes at my discretion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The tilted balance test and the heritage harms. I'm not going to go through the tilted balance test other than to say I do believe that on the heritage harms, the bit that has been missed out that is crucial is that there must be great weight attached to the harm that is perceived on heritage. And that was missed out, Mr. Fairburn, if I might say, on your explanation of the NPPF 11D. The tilted balance does not apply because of the harm. Yes, you now have to go back to the standard planning test, but I would argue here that the substantial weight that should be attached to the tilted harm balance has been misapplied. I will move on now to the most important thing, which is pedestrian access. You will all have seen what happened when you came on your site visit. Do you really believe that the calculations from a highways officer has alleviated the potential for harm to pedestrians who are going to be thrown out onto Vicarage Ball in front of tractors, buses, vans, cars, and goodness knows what else? The reality is that that is not a safe access point. No reasonable person would conclude it is. And frankly, I think it would be perverse if you came out with that assessment that that was safe. Access is here to be decided today. And if you do not accept the access, then this whole application must fail. Ladies and gentlemen, we call upon you now to consider this using your common sense. Yes, there are legal impediments, but no, there are no good reasons. The benefits will not outweigh the harms that will be forthcoming if this application is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If you could just stay there to answer questions, please. Sorry. Do members have questions for Ms Poultron? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Just in terms of the access point, and it's where you've got your slide with the bus, how frequent is that bus? And are there school buses as well that come along that road?
The frequency of the bus is twice a day. The school buses do come in and out, obviously every day. I'm not a parent, so I can't tell you exactly what the frequency is. What I think is really important is looking at that picture. That is what is going to happen when the road floods, which it does regularly with the sort of rainfalls that we're experiencing now. But the drainage that's being proposed is not going to alleviate that. So you're always going to end up having to walk through that sort of water or go out right into the middle of the road, which is so dangerous.
Thank you. And is there there's a pub in the village here at the church pub? Do they have their deliveries come through this access route as well? So what sort of vehicles are they using?
I was walking the oil tankers, because the village has got no natural gas. Most people have oil delivered. That oil tanker is as big as that bus, and that will be coming in all sorts of times infrequently. And there is no lighting on that road, and there is no proposal for there to be lighting on that road.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your talk just now and your report that you sent us earlier, earlier in the week, which I think says more or less the same thing. So just with that bus, where was that photo on the right-hand side bottom taken? Because my understanding is that the path between the village and the pedestrian entrance is not that long, actually. So was this taken on the village side of the pedestrian entrance or further down the road towards the junction?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask my colleague who took the photograph?
The pedestrian access is where the end of that.
Oh, right.
So it's looking from the village towards the access in the 20-mile-an-hour.
And thank you for that. Yeah, that's useful. And how often are we seeing, or you seeing, flooding like that, which is obviously making it almost impossible to access that for pedestrians?
Sorry, I must ask you, only the speaker can answer this.
So my response would be exactly the same. This was last winter. I mean, every time we have this excessive rainfall, you are sat there thinking, oh my, what is the road going to be like? It's just, constant every time there's heavy rainfall. And that water is running from Dundridge. It's come right off the fields up at Dundridge, and it runs right down the road from Danes Farm. And it's just accumulating and accumulating and accumulating.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. No other hands raised, so, oh, yes I do.
I like staging my moment. The small river that runs at the bottom of the proposed development site, does that flood? What's the situation with that little river?
I can't tell you about on the site because we don't have access to the site. The east section has flooded, which is the bit that would come off from the development. The east section has regularly floods, and in fact, one of the houses, Ford Farm, has been flooded as a result. The other thing is that there is a natural point. There is a little bridge at Ford Farm, which is just beyond Meadow Close in towards the village, and that acts as a natural blockage. So the water's going to back up because it isn't sufficient. It's not high enough in order to allow all of the flood water down. So you stand there looking at it, thinking, is it going to overtop?
Councillor Bonham.
Chair, if I may, another question. We don't have the parish council here speaking, but maybe I could ask you to give a comment on whether this proposal is contrary to what's been written in the draft.
I don't think it's appropriate to ask the speaker to interpret what she thinks the parish council.
The draft plan, is that not available?
The neighbourhood plan?
I think it's quite all right to ask her what she feels, but not to ask her to interpret what the parish council feels.
I'm not asking that.
The introduction, you asked for her views on that.
What I'm trying to ask is whether I'll try again if I may, Chair. Whether the proposal that we're looking at here is contrary to the draft neighbourhood plan, as far as she knows. Is that a valid question?
I don't think that's necessarily within the scope of the objector's knowledge, unless she's part of the neighbourhood plan group.
Mr. Fairburn, Mr. Chairman, I actually wrote the neighbourhood plan draft that you have in front of you.
It's absolutely fine. I think
What is the question, please?
Is this application contrary to or consistent with the neighbourhood plan in its draft form as it's currently drafted?
The direct answer is no, it is not. The draft neighbourhood plan does not allocate this site for development.
Hands raised. Oh, yes, I do.
Sorry, Councillor Bonham has set her hair running. It was my understanding, so does the draft neighbourhood plan allocate any site for development?
No, the draft neighbourhood plan does not.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Mr. Lowry, who is a supporter of the application. And I think the previous speaker had 7 minutes, so you can go up to 7 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Tom Lowry. I'm here with my colleague, Oliver Delmar. We've been working with the landowners of this site for a few years now. They are a family that moved to the village in the 1970s and used to farm this land as part of what was Ford Farm. I wanted to start by explaining a little bit about why this site has come forward. This is an example of plan-led development. So it really originates from the joint local plan, and specifically from the identification in the joint local plan of Harberton as a sustainable village. So you'll be aware that the JLP seeks modest growth within sustainable villages over the plan period, and it's identified Harberton with a need for around 20 homes. Now, Harberton sits within the wider parish with Harberton Ford, which has also been identified for around 30 homes, so total of 50 in the parish in total. Like many rural parishes, there is an acute affordable housing need, and there was some comment earlier about the evidence behind that need, but I'd point you to your affordable housing officer's consultation response, which identifies and breaks that down. It identifies that there is 20 households with a local connection to Harberton that are on the affordable housing register. This site delivers 30% affordable housing on site. Something that's important to note is that we're not aware of any other planning applications or sites, as has been mentioned before, coming forward in the whole parish that are seeking to deliver affordable homes. So at the moment, this is the only proposal in front of the planning department that will be delivering affordable homes in the parish against that wider need. And I hope that members will give that significant weight in the decision that's taken today. It's often difficult in these situations that the people that are in affordable housing need don't tend to be well represented in these conversations. As has been mentioned before, this site has been assessed recently by South Hams in 2017, more recently by ACOM as part of the neighbourhood plan site selection process. South Hams found the site to be available and suitable for development in 2017, and ACOM have identified it as potentially suitable for allocation subject to the constraints being dealt with. Now, those constraints are what are before you today with this planning application. We did explore a smaller scheme here on this site, but we were advised by the council's officers and the parish council at the time that the highest priority in this village was for the delivery of on-site affordable housing. We were also encouraged to look at a scheme that provided for smaller dwellings than were originally proposed. So that original application was withdrawn, and this subsequently has come forward. And the numbers were discussed at length with the council's officers and their strategic planning officer. The site is a natural extension of the village on the road that leads into Totnes. It sits well within the landscape, and you would have seen the site visit that there is fairly limited visibility from the surrounding area. The council's landscape officer has been consulted and is satisfied with the proposals. This will be a wonderful place to live. It's on the edge of the village, within walking distance of the church and the pub, and there's a farm shop very close by. As you can see on the screen above, the wider land within land ownership allows for generous provision of open space, extensive tree planting, orchard, and plenty of space for residents and children next to their dwellings. Because of this extra space, we're able to deliver above policy level of biodiversity net gain without having to look elsewhere. So all of the requirements are dealt with in this site. Despite those benefits, I want to acknowledge the significant level of local concern, particularly relating to drainage and foul drainage and flooding. And we completely understand the concerns that have been raised by members of the community given the previous instance of flooding that have happened here. As has been said before, there are no homes proposed within flood zones 2 or 3. Our engineers have modelled the flood zone, and in response to an earlier point, the details of the levels, contours, and the detailed modelling that went into the flood risk assessment are part of this application. The Environment Agency have been involved throughout this process, from pre-app through to the planning application, and their response is recorded in your committee report. They're very clear. They consider that this application will not lead to additional flood risk downstream or flood risk for residents of this scheme. Lead Local Flood Authority has also raised no objections. I just want to pick up on one of the points about the access point. Richard alluded to this in his comments earlier. The reason that the access point is where it is because it was concluded by our engineers in looking at the levels that to move that access point closer to the village would have increased the flood risk. Now, we actually agree with Graham. It would have been better if that access point was closer. That would have been more desirable, but it would have increased the flood risk, and that was felt, or we considered that it was unreasonable to increase flood risk for that reason. We also completely understand local concerns about sewage capacity, and it's great that South West Water have answered some of your questions. It is confirmed that the pipe work will need to be upgraded, and they've now given you that commitment that they've given to us that that work will be done within the next 18 months, and there are provisions in place through the planning conditions to manage that. The issue that that existing pipe creates has been highlighted by residents in their responses to this application, so that the fact that this pipe will be upgraded will alleviate some existing historic issues, as well as making provision for the new site, and this development will contribute towards the cost of that as part of the infrastructure charging. In summary, you flick to the next slide. In summary, this is a policy compliant scheme that delivers the local plan's aspirations for sustainable growth in Harberton. It delivers affordable housing on site and many other benefits such as open space, landscape improvements, and greater than 10% biodiversity net gain. In fact, the biodiversity net gain on this site is 25% for habitats and 66% for hedgerows. Specialist consultees have scrutinised the key technical documents, and the comprehensive officer's report.
Your time, if you could just draw to a close.
Thank you. The officer's report goes through this in detail. The officer's recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions in a Section 106 agreement. We respectfully ask members to support the recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. Do members have questions for Mr. Lowry?
Thank you. Just looking at the car access and the pedestrian access, you mentioned that the car access originally was going to be closer to the village, but you had concerns about flooding. Was there not proposals brought forward about how to mitigate flooding in terms of gullies and drainage improvements?
The issue is in levels, so that part of the site is much lower, and the problem that creates is that that's where we started looking at that the junction. But when our engineers looked at the levels, the problem is that level would be below the level of the drainage basin, and it also means that when there is overland flows in a heavy rainfall event, that water can't be captured by the on-site drainage, so it would come out. You imagine it would come out down towards the village. So by putting the access point in that location, it allows the on-site drainage to capture all of the water and deal with it in the way that, because it has to be captured and held on site rather than running back into the village and contributing to the surface water that you could see in the photos that were up earlier.
Thank you. So the difference between, looking at flooding in terms of for pedestrians, so if the car access had been put there, you think that the amount of hard surface there would have contributed to the flooding, is what you're saying, basically. Isn't there going to be increased flooding because there's going to be a hard surface there anyway for pedestrians?
There will be the hard surface pedestrians, but the issue is that the road then connects into the development. So we need to capture water that's flowing down that road. So you see on the drawing, I don't think it shows up very well on here, but there are gullies on the road that capture the water as it comes out. The other thing, as the highways officer mentioned, in this location there are road gullies on the other side of the road as well. So as part of this, we are installing 2 actual new road gullies on the other side to help alleviate the problems with existing surface water on the road, because as the previous speaker said, the water does come down from up the hill already. But our job is to make sure that the water that lands on this site is captured by the drainage system on this site and dealt with in the way that's required by the Environment Agency and the lead local flood authority.
I have one more follow-up. Thank you. So in terms of capturing water, so you have no concerns about water running off hard surfaces and into the river where there is protected species?
No, that's what the drainage basins have been shown, and this is the point that was made earlier, that there is not a detailed design for the drainage at the moment, because obviously there's not a detailed design for all of the houses, but we are satisfied, and the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency are satisfied that there is sufficient space on site to capture all of that water and hold it on site for the required, which is a 1 in 100 storm with a 50% addition for climate change. So that's how we model what's going to land on site with an extra allowance for climate change. And we have to, at this point, we have to demonstrate that there is sufficient space on site and the levels for that to be captured.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. When you said at the beginning of this that you'd come previously with a smaller presentation, and that South Hams had basically said, no, we want more houses on this site. Why did you almost double it? Presumably when you came forward initially with 9, you must have been thinking, well, the constraints on the site suggest that means you've got plenty more allowance for, all the things that have been raised as concerns now around drainage, hard standing, natural soakage. Why did you come back with such a high, number?
So at the same time that we submitted the original permission in principle application for 9, the neighbourhood plan commissioned AECOM to carry out the site options assessment. So the AECOM assessment reviewed the site, and they gave it a range of dwellings between 9 and 17. Now 9 was probably based on our application, which had been submitted at that point. 17 was a number that they concluded would be feasible on the site. And then when we withdrew the PIP application and we went through another pre-app, we were advised at that point by South Hams that the priority was for the delivery of on-site affordable housing and smaller units. So they encouraged us to go for the higher number which was 17 was what was set out in that report, and that was the number that was discussed at pre-app. So we then tested the site for 17, and that's what this application is based on. So that was directly as feedback from the pre-app about the priorities for the village and for the area.
So if I may, a further question. So the indicative area that you've, in terms of where the housing and all the various things that go with it, like the gardens, so all those places that are marked up as with whether they are sort of like squares and whatever, how much of that is hard standing and how much of that is just like allows drainage?
I mean, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
But in terms of area, how much area do you think you're taking away?
Looking at this plan,
yes,
all of the dark greys roofs, so that's impermeable.
Yeah.
All of the light grey road is impermeable.
Yes.
The car parking areas in the sort of pinky peach colour and the other area, those could be permeable paving, block paving. This is an indicative plan, so it's not. But typically in a space like this, those would be the sustainable urban drainage block paving, so where the water infiltrates underneath the paving.
And what about the light greens? The gardens?
The light greens are gardens, that would all be impermeable, so that would just go back into it. So it's capturing the water from the grey roofs and obviously capturing the water from the highway.
So are you aware that I'm just looking at your design and access statement, which has a sort of a big brown area shown on it. Are you aware that what you have here actually exceeds what was presumably considered by the public at the time in terms of where your development was likely to go? You've got the brown, which is housing zone. I mean, the top right area, that, as far as I can make out, sits outside that. So I'm just wondering whether or not people, it's just the way that development happens, that the idea is there, and then it's sort of, when this, and of course that all contributes potentially to reducing your impermeable area. Is that something that you've addressed?
Councillor Hodgson, I'll just say, as the Speaker said, it is an indicative plan, and as Ms Hall explained, that this is by no means a design that is coming before us to accept, because that is for the future. So
accept that, Chairman, but the point is, it's about what the public have.
Sorry, it seems invidious to go into the details of this when the final plan may be very different. So I think we need to be careful.
I accept that, but just to be frank, the devil is in the detail when it comes to drainage. And if there's a sense that, oh, well, that's probably where the housing is going to go, when we start looking at what's going to be impermeability in a wider area, then that needs to be sort of like contained within what's going to be potentially the attenuation. And I'm concerned that the 163 cubic meters in the attenuation area, I just wonder whether that's adequate, because it's with some of the flooding that we've had, it's the rapidity of that flooding which has shocked even the Environment Agency this year, where we've had the big pothole in Slapton, etc. Massive amounts of water just suddenly drop from the sky, and that needs to be able to be dealt with, not suddenly causing somebody's house to flood. That's why I'm asking these questions.
So to cut to the chase, is the attenuation big enough?
Yes. But I was giving a rationale as to whether people, when they saw it at the public consultation, weren't given maybe the fullest picture, is what I'm actually alluding to.
So, yes, to repeat what's been said a number of times, this is an outline application where the local authority is being asked to consider the principle of development within the red line. All of these drawings are indicative, but they are there to show what could work. In terms of, I think it's an important point also that the application is for up to 17 homes. And that's because we are showing here that 17 homes could work on here. But it could also be that when we do that detailed design, we find that 17 homes won't work on here. And actually it's only 16 or 15 or 14. That's the purpose of the reserved matters stage, is to establish an outline, the principle, and then to go through the detail. So it may be that that comes out in changes. But yes, from the information that we have at the moment, and the information we know, and from the modelling that the engineers have done, based on what we know about the site at the moment, the drainage basins are adequately sized and the Devon County as the lead local flood authority are satisfied with that and satisfied with the calculations that have gone into that modelling. Having said that, like I said, at reserve matters, we may find other information that leads us to a smaller number, and that's why this application is for up to 17, not 17 definitive.
Just finally, if I may say, I mean, the housing need was referred to. Let's bear in mind that it's the affordable housing need is on the registers, not the second homes and extra homes and market-based housing. So what we would be delivering here would be what, 4 houses perhaps, 3 or 4 houses off the housing need.
4 to 5, yeah.
Yeah. So if you were to slip down in that, we may end up with very little housing need being met.
It'll be 30%. That's the offer. So yes, if numbers, but as Lucy has said, this is, we've across the whole parish. You've seen the ACOM report. It is constrained. Sites are constrained, and so we can only deliver the number of houses that the site can accommodate, and that can only deliver the number of affordable homes that site can support as well.
Final point, has that field flooded before?
Not to my knowledge. So that those members who came on the site visit will see that the stream is in quite a deep channel. So I've never seen it flood. I have no doubt that stream in the channel fills up a lot during the winter. But that's why you'll see from the flood risk assessment, our modelling is for the extreme events, and that's why the flood zone is much further back, halfway across the field, because that's the modelled worst case scenario.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I think you've answered it, but the photograph which the objector showed us of the pooling on the lane, you are saying that will no longer happen? Or hopefully no longer happen?
No, not. To be clear, that surface water that's coming down the lane is coming down the highway from further up, so from Dundridge area. This site is actually about a metre above the road, so that water is not coming off this site; it's coming from further away, and we're unable to deal with that because it's not within our site. We are putting in additional gullies on the road, which will help to prevent the issue of the road gullies blocking. But I wouldn't say that this site will address the existing surface water flooding issues on the carriageway.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But what it will do is it will make sure that it will not contribute to that. It will capture all the water that lands on this site and deal with it in the appropriate way. We're unable to deal with things that originate off our site and don't cross it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an OPA. This is all matters reserved except for access. So with that in mind, I mean, I think, and I have a personal dislike of outline planning applications, not the applications themselves, but the process, because it sometimes feels like writing a blank check. But when you say that it's 30% affordable housing, 25% biodiversity net gain, there's nothing in the application we're looking at that guarantees those figures at all, is there? I mean, that is all further down the road, and so I think, would you agree that there's
the affordable housing, the 30% affordable housing will be written into the Section 106 agreement. So that will be 30% of whatever is delivered at reserve matter stage. The biodiversity, you're right, based on the plan. So what we have provided with this is very detailed landscape plans, which were calculated by the ecologist to provide the biodiversity net number. So those plans are indicative, but based on the plans that have been submitted, the 25 and the 66% are accurate. Obviously, that may change as the application comes forward. But the reason we've done that is to demonstrate that there is sufficient space on this site within the land ownership and outside the red line to deliver significant biodiversity net gain. So we're very confident that we can achieve 10% and in fact exceed it substantially in this case. That will change at reserve matters, but the 30% won't.
Mr. Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think the first point I was going to ask about the flooding for the pedestrian access. So it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong here, that when it rains, there's not going to be easy pedestrian access because there's a massive flood just outside that pedestrian spot.
It's not really for me to comment on. That's a public highway. There are images which show that it floods, and so yes, there are times when the highway floods. But like I've said, that's not something that we're able to deal with as we, that public highway is not in land ownership of this application, and our role in the planning process is to ensure that we don't contribute to that. The management of the highway is the responsibility of the Highways Authority, which is Devon. But in answer to your question, there will be times in the village where there is surface water on the road. That's correct.
Okay, but you've put a mitigation in place for highway flooding for cars. No. Yeah. So my second question then, if I may, is regarding the line that's outside the red line. I think it's called the blue line. Is it, maybe you can't answer this, I don't know, but would it be your intention to have that public accessible land there in that space that's the blue line, where you've got trees and grass and what have you? What's your view?
At the moment, I don't think that would be publicly accessible, and the reason for that is that I think it would be difficult to manage access through these properties. So it's not, and ultimately it will be. So that land will stay with these properties because it has to, because it's delivering the biodiversity mitigation. I think it would be challenging to make that publicly accessible. It would be accessible to the residents that live there because it would be their land, they would jointly own it. But we felt it would be difficult to allow unrestricted public access to it because it means people coming through the houses. It could be that it's public access, but it's not something that's covered in this application. We've not established that it will or won't be.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Forgive me if this was in the report and I missed it, but are you intending to make this a dark site, considering the number of bats there are in the area?
I don't know exactly what that terminology means, but yes, there are. What is, you'll see on that plan there, the reason why that red line on the right-hand side is offset from the blue line is because what the Devon County Council ecology guidance states is that there should be 5-metre dark corridors around hedgerows where there's potential for bats. So where we can, we have offset from those boundaries so that there'll be no development and leave that 5-metre clear corridor. And in fact, the rivers and streams have a much wider offset, which is 10 metres, which there's more than 10 metres here naturally, just because of the nature of the flood zone. So yes, it will be dark for the purposes of the bat corridors.
A dark site is when there's no lights on in the evening when the bats come out, so there won't be any public lighting around. There will be
no, there wouldn't be. I mean, again, we haven't gone into the detail, but I would not want there
to be
street lights.
It would be good to have that on board right from the start, though, if you were to be given.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect there to be street lights on a.
Not street lights, internal lights, the lights on the development,
yeah.
so no lights at all, basically, because otherwise the bats will be attracted towards the light. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lowry, thank you very much. Move on. There is no representative of the parish council, so we move on to the...
Chair, before we move on, Harberton Parish Council did send through an email, which I did forward to members on the 1st of June, but I don't know whether, just to refresh members' memories of the little statement they've put in within that email, just to read out.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So the Parish Council reaffirms its previous statements on this planning application to object to the application given the large number of objections from residents that the application has received on the planning portal and the outcome of the consultation undertaken as part of the neighbourhood planning process, the number of respondents that were not in support of allocation of this site for the development. Thank you.
Thank you. And we move on to the statement from the ward member, Councillor McKay, who's away and unable to be here today. There is a statement. Obviously, we can't ask him any questions. And I'll ask Amelia to read that now.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a statement from Councillor McKay. Can I start by saying that this application is not without merit? The imposition of 30-bed conditions means the development would be a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bed homes, which would address a real need. With 30% affordable and the rest hopefully within an accessible price range is exactly what this district needs. Also, the upgrade of wastewater pipe along Vicarage Ball to the sewage plant may help to prevent blockages that do currently happen occasionally. However, these merits need to be balanced against other concerns, which would I ask members to consider. South West Water has a statutory duty to annually publish so-called event duration monitoring data that records spills and their duration. The latest data is for 2024. In that year, the Harberton Storm Tank Overflow experienced 557 hours of spills in 69 separate events, with a long-term average spill count of 140 per year. The Harberton Sewage Treatment Works experienced 3,046 hours of spills in 164 separate events, with a long-term average spill count of 157 per year. These spill counts compare with an overall industry average of 31.8 and South West Water average of 41.3, so well over 3 times worse than its own overall average. The Environment Agency has a target of 10. Also, South West Water average hours of spills for an asset is about 405 hours, while Harberton experienced over 7 times this figure. Against this background, it needs to be noted that Harberton has a relatively small population of approximately 600, so an increase of 30 beds represents a 5% increase. So we're being asked to accept that a sewage plant that is by one measuring spilling 3 times the average and over 14 times the EA's Environment Agency's target is capable of safely absorbing a 5% increase in throughput. I think it is perfectly reasonable to question this assertion. South West Water have a so-called duty to connect, and while it may be that it thinks it's able to manage the obvious increased risk this extra load will cause, and I would underline the word obvious here, I suspect the community may not be so in agreement, and the number of objections that cite concerns about sewage demonstrate it is not. Discharges from Harberton plant enter the Harborne River, which in its upper reaches is a haven for wildlife. Downstream there are issues, as it is affected by the Harberton plant and very problematic Harberton Ford plant. As South West Water itself says, the processing plant in Harberton needs upgrading. Unfortunately, as reflected in the average annual spill of 41.3, this is a true of many plants across the district. South West Water say it will be upgraded in due course as part of its 5-year investment plan. However, experience has shown that delivery of these 5-year plans is by no means guaranteed. The 2020 to 25 plan delivered just 70% of the plan, with a resulting 24 million fine. So the elevated risk associated with an extra 30 beds should not be considered to be a short-term risk. It could easily last well into the next decade, whatever the insurances that may be offered. When on-site sewage processing was being considered as an alternative, because of the problems connecting to the main sewage and before current proposal was formulated, this application almost stalled on evidence of the presence of the European eel in the stream that runs through the site and feeds into the Harborne River at Harberton Ford. The current proposal appears to accept a much higher environmental risk and simply shifts it downstream. I'm not at all sure this is reasonable or acceptable approach. Our environment is in a catastrophic decline, and that is due to, in large part, to the repeated, insidious and cumulative application of the kind of so-called managed risk suggested here. Finally, I do accept there is an element of Sophie's choice in all of this, but I would ask members to give full and proper consideration to the real environmental risks that I've tried to outline when debating and determining this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolter. I'm just picking up on one thing that came out of that, and that was about the yield. I understood that we've had it explained that the objections have been dropped because the proposal for a packaged sewage plant has been dropped. So it's not that it's been dismissed, but that the details of the application have changed, and so therefore it's no longer a risk. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, the concern originated because of the private foul drainage system which was proposed on site because of the lack of capacity within South West Water. Obviously, that is now changed. But as Councillor Allen has said earlier, any proposals, surface water proposals, our ecologist as well as the LLFA would be considering them. So it's a matter of detail.
Before we move on to the debate, I'd just like to ask Mr. Fairbairn to comment on the suggestion that we can't take a legal decision because drainage in sewage is left to reserve matters and that there's no sequential test yet.
Thank you, Chairman. Let's start with the sequential test. Remember what the purpose of the sequential test is, and that's to drive development to those areas that are the least at risk of flooding, so to flood zone 1. And whether a development proposal needs a sequential test carrying out, the NPPF says that it's for major and non-major development if any proposed building, access or escape route, land raising or other vulnerable element will be in flood zone 2 or 3. And major development is defined as being providing 10 or more dwellings, or where the number of dwellings is not known, the site area is more than half a hectare. Two things here. I think, first of all, if it is to provide more than 10, and at the moment the development is described as being up to 17, but assuming it's providing more than 10, then it falls within that definition of major development. Equally, one could say that the number is unknown because it's not yet specified, in which case the site is less than what would count as a major application. But I think for the moment, all the development that is being proposed is within flood zone 1. There is nothing being proposed in flood zones 2 and 3, because those details and the details of the drainage, etc., are matters of reserved matters, and therefore not up for consideration here. You're only considering what is proposed within the red line. At the moment, that is simply confined to being housing. What I also ought to say is that if there were, and the suggestion I think being from a reading of the plans is that there might well be a pipe or something into flood zone 2 or 3, then the question is whether that's a vulnerable element. Well, the NPPF and its associated guidance suggests that what is vulnerable are those uses or components of development that are particularly sensitive for flood risk and therefore require careful consideration. I don't think there's anything proposed at this particular point that comes within that definition. Hence why, as a matter of fact, rather than judgment, I know the report says judgment, but I think it appears to me that it's a matter of fact, then there is no need for a sequential test. I will pick up a number of other matters if I may, Chairman. Yes. So the objector spoke about the number of conditions suggesting the site was unsuitable. That is not the test. The number of conditions is not an indication of unsuitability. It's simply an indication that the development that's proposed can be made acceptable by the imposition of the conditions. And in terms of the Grampian condition, I stand by what I said earlier. Perhaps I ought to just say that in terms of the prospects of delivery, Councillor McKay in his
note referred to requisitioning. Requisitioning, if a developer requisitions a sewer or water, then a water and sewerage undertaker is subject to it being for domestic use, there being a planning permission and the developer agreeing to pay the requisite contributions, has got to provide that connection. So I think then that deals with any question about there being prospect. I think it just reinforces that the imposition of the Grampian condition is a reasonable condition. The tilted balance, I explained that earlier, and I stand by again by what I said. I was criticised because I didn't mention the requirement to give significant weight to the harm to, or significant weight to the requirement to preserve and maintain or enhance heritage assets. That is part of the Section 66 duty. That comes into play at the point that you are making that balancing exercise. It's not as to whether or not the tilted balance applies. The tilted balance will apply unless there is a strong reason for refusal on the basis of one of the footnote 7 policies. And even if there is such a ground, that simply disapplies the tilted balance, and you're then back into carrying out the normal balancing exercise in which you will give significant weight to the duty under Section 66 and 72 to preserve and enhance heritage assets. And that is the point at which you take it into account. So I stand by that. There was also, I think, something certainly picked up in one of the objections, and Mrs. Poulter was asked about the neighbourhood plan. Perhaps I ought to say something there as well. I think as one of the objections from I think it was the South Ham Society was suggesting that case law said that you had to give the emerging plan moderate weight. As a matter of fact and law, weight is a matter for the decision maker. And what the NPPF says, and it's paragraph 48, local planning authorities may give weight to relevant policies in emerging plans according to, firstly, the stage of preparation of the emerging plan. The more advanced its preparation, the greater the weight it may be given. The extent to which there are unresolved objections to relevant policies. The less significant the unresolved objections, the greater the weight that may be given. And the degree of consistency of the relevant policies in the emerging plan to this framework. The closer the policies in the emerging plan to the policies of the framework, the greater the weight that should be given. Now, I say, the weight you give it is a matter for you as the decision maker. But it is the local neighbourhood plan is still at an early stage. And given the terms of paragraph 14 of the NPPF, which talks about the weight to be given, or the status of neighbourhood plans in terms of their currency in light of the recalculation of housing need, and says basically if they've been made within 5 years, contain allocations for housing to meet a housing requirement, then they're still consistent and current. You've heard that this neighbourhood plan is not proposing to make any allocations at all, and in those circumstances, even if it were made, it may well not, by reason of paragraph 14, be consistent with policies in the NPPF. So it's in that context, I would suggest that you might give it limited weight. But ultimately it's your discretion. But I certainly say the case law does not say that all neighbourhood plans in all circumstances have moderate weight. Does that help? I think have I covered everything? I think so.
Yeah. Councillor Rake would like to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to, and thank you, David, for those that guidance. But going back to your comments on the sequential test, I think from my reading of some of the representations we've received is that although it's indicative, it shows the drainage pipe which would be vulnerable because it could become hydraulically locked, I think is the term. In issuing your guidance, did you take that specific part of the representation into account?
Yes, Chairman, I did, because ultimately, as I said, the plan is indicative. We don't have any details in terms of the scale, etc., of the development, and that will determine what solution comes forward by way of drainage. And as Mrs. Hall said, in terms of those plans, the plans will, if you grant planning, outline planning permission, will be approved subject to a note to say that those elements are not approved. So there is no question about the development being confined to being within flood zone 1.
Councillor Bonham?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So with reference to the sewerage, what I read in policy Dev 35.8, David, which you may have access to, is that development will not be permitted without confirmation that sewage wastewater treatment facilities can accommodate or will be improved to accommodate new development in advance of the development taking place. Do you think what in advance of the development taking place? Yeah, will be improved. Do you think what we've heard from, or the condition that we're applying here is sufficient to cover that clause, sub-clause 8? Because it's a bit marginal, I think.
I mean, ultimately, it's not for me to express a view, but what I would say is that, bearing in mind, reserved matters will be at the point at which the details will be provided, and that at that point, then there will be a full permission. So those details will be known, but it's not for me to express any view as to whether or not what we've heard today is should determine the application.
Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Just following up from that. So my understanding was that there was a potential for 5 houses being built before the sewage works needed to be improved. That seems to contradict the comment that Councillor Bonham just made. Have I got that wrong?
So if I could just try and explain this again. So there are two issues. The first is there capacity within the network for this development? South West Water have confirmed, yes, there is, but only up to 30 bed spaces, hence why there is a condition for that basis. The other issue is that some of the pipes leading to the site need to be upgraded. South West Water have said within their response, these works will be undertaken within 18 months following the grant of permission. As I've said, this is just the condition about the 6th dwelling onwards is just purely a fail-safe in case those works happen not to be undertaken. Based on the information I've got at the moment and all the discussions I've had with South West Water, there is nothing to suggest those works will not be undertaken in that 18-month time frame, which is different to the situation where we were initially when the application was submitted. And South West Water was saying, look, in principle, we've got no objection with you connecting, but the treatment works need to be upgraded, and there was no certainty about when those works would be done.
No, I understand that. I suppose my point is that it's, what did you say, 14 times the number of sewage bills already. So in terms of having to say, you know, that it will be upgraded, it's at capacity, it can take another 30 houses, 30 bedrooms, seems ambitious.
Well, that's the technical advice that I've received from South West Water. I'm not a drainage expert.
We have heard from South West Water they are working and have managed to reduce to some extent.
Sorry, Chair, did you say they have managed to reduce?
That's what the speaker said. That
has it gone down already? Has there been a reduction in
there's
spillage?
been a reduction.
Yeah, the number of spills has reduced, yes.
How much?
it's gone from, just checking my numbers, it's gone from 157 in 2023 that was quoted, and 170 down to 116, but our target is at 10 spills per year, so it's still above target, which is why we'll be doing further work in the area. But as I said before, that's caused by rainfall and stormwater entering the combined system, not by the foul flows from houses.
Yeah,
so,
no,
so we're accepting foul flows from the development, but not surface water.
I understand, but it's not going to stop raining, so I can't see that.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
foul flows from this development won't increase the number of spills.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can move into debate now. We've had a very detailed exposition of the objections. Obviously, the issues around flooding, the sequential test, the foul drainage, the location of the vehicle access and the heritage officers' views on that, the tilted balance, and concerns over the pedestrian access, amongst many others, and the impact on the conservation area. Obviously, we've heard those objections, and we've heard the officers and the other guest speakers' responses to those. So if we can now move into the debate, in view of the time, I'm going to ask if members can try and restrict themselves to one contribution only, unless they want to come back on something else that's said. Thank you very much. Who'd like to kick off? Councillor Allen.
Nobody else wants to. Yes, just to say the point I'm at the moment. I absolutely understand the applicant's point of view. I think they've made a lot of effort to try and accommodate concerns and demands from South Hams. I think they've tried their best. However, looking at it in the round, it will be only 3 to 4 to 5 affordable homes balanced against the quite considerable issues around pedestrian safety, sewage, flooding, heritage harms, all the rest of the harms. It's a very tricky one because obviously Harberton is a constrained village. I know it well. I absolutely understand that. And I don't think we can possibly look away from the real problems they've had with flooding over the years. I haven't heard anything that makes me feel confident. I don't particularly have a lot of confidence in South West Water, I'm sorry to say, experience over the years. So it feels premature to say yes to something before things feel nailed down, I think is where I'm at the moment.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. Harberton and Harberton Ford are two, they're a bit of a distance at each end of the parish, but both of them have experienced considerable flooding. So there's a lot of people who are not only actually, in fairness, very well informed about flooding and what it looks like and how quickly it happens and how long it takes to clear up the mess. But secondly, that actually a couple of years ago, the flood warning system, there's been a lot of money invested in Harberton Ford, the alarm failed to go off. So flooding happened despite the alarms that had all been set and promised by the Environment Agency. And everybody was very, well, not everybody, but a lot of people in the Environment Agency were very surprised. And so I think, even if we could put the best sort of like double checks in place, there's still no guarantees, except what I would actually say, to be frank, is common sense. And it feels to me that there's an awful lot of questions being raised here, that there's kind of, and this, I think as Councillor Rake said, I'm not keen on outline either. I think it's a kind of, you find yourself being squeezed into promising something on the basis that, oh, that'll be all right, it'll be all right on the night. But then actually all our reserve matters comes in and it's, oh, well, you've already agreed that. And, I've been here too many times and felt really disappointed in the fact that, things are sort of said. And one of the things that happened in Dartington with one of the applications there was that when we started to raise issues around flood risk, when it came to all reserve matters, it was, all of that was determined at outline. That was all determined. So you can't go back and actually say that, the drainage plans have to be reviewed because there's been some more extreme weather in the 2 or 3 years between. So some of those developments there are actually based on, I think, 2013 drainage risk, and actually one of those developments is still being built out now. So I feel there's a real concern about being behind the curve when it comes to being, where we should actually be ahead of the curve in making absolutely sure that anything going forward is really risk-free, because flooding is one of the most damaging things. And once you're in a flood risk zone, if you've had damage and flood, not only have you got a destroyed and messed up home, but also you can't get insurance. And this is something that I think we need to face into. And, you know, over the last 2 or 3 decades, we've had massive amounts of new development, which has gone into completely the wrong areas, not only being at risk itself, but imposing greater risk on the other places around. So, for example, we've seen the reference to where this proposed development sits against what was Meadow Close. There's about half a dozen little houses just there, and one of those houses is very close to the corner of this. Okay, there's going to be some new trees and planting all promised, and that will help. But we all know that trees don't actually grow overnight. They take, say, at least 6 years to have any real impact on terms of how their rooting structure is there to help with drainage attenuation, but also in terms of actually addressing the climate change, because we're also but by doing this new development, without at this stage being able to say it has to be of a certain standard that isn't going to increase climate change because of the, you know, the high carbon footprint of all the new building that will go in here, because we haven't kind of reached that sort of stage at this time in terms of our developments. Ideally, in the next few years, probably be all too little too late. But it's, you know, we've got to realise all the implications of this. And I think at Outline, to be asked to sort of agree something where we've got so many concerns, I couldn't personally feel responsible doing anything other than objecting. And I know it's putting us in a position with the inspectors who are going to go, oh, it's all right. But actually, even looking at the 2025, March 2025 was when the drainage assessment happened. That was before all the storms that we saw this winter. That pothole, as it's called, the biggest pothole in South Hams, that's next to the pub at Tor Cross, that is not a pothole. It's actually where the weather, the storm, actually just snapped the road, because it was such a weight of water. I mean, I've been there with the Environment Agency. This is my county role.
I'm not sure this is relevant
It's
to
really,
this application.
it's really relevant. It's really relevant because what they're saying is they've never seen anything like it. The damage to the housing there is like an earthquake went under it. It's absolutely extraordinary. And it's the weight of the water that falls. So you can put a lovely big attenuation basin. And in fact, interestingly, the March 25 drainage report for this site now suggests that there should be an attenuation volume to cover in March assessment 179 cubic metres. The one that's proposed for this is 165. So we're already 14 cubic metres down. 14 cubic metres of water. That's at a March 25 assessment before we had this stormy winter we've had, where we know the weather is getting more extreme. We've got to be really careful. And I can't see that we can do anything other than actually, I propose now a motion of refusal on the basis that the risk of flooding, not only on the site itself, but on the adjacent housing and the village in general, is too great. And we haven't got enough information to make a good judgment or see that we've actually got enough risk attenuation in place to actually to feel confident. Because I feel I would have to be really confident to say yes to this. And so that's my...
You've proposed refusal for the reasons you've given. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Allen.
Yes. I absolutely hear your concerns, but we are in a situation where outline planning applications are part of planning law. And I believe that this proposal, whilst there are issues which still need to be addressed, and I accept that that's the case, they are issues which we have been assured by the particular experts related to those issues that it can be dealt with. It can be dealt with. Now, I absolutely accept that you have concerns. The issues, and I think one of the probably quite an emotive photograph in the objector's presentation was the flooding that was coming down the hill, and I'm sure that that's had an impact on you all. It had an impact on me. However, that is existing flooding. It's existing flooding. It's not acceptable. I accept that. Not acceptable, but that is already happening. What the development that we have before us today is going to do, and I would appreciate it if you didn't laugh because it's actually quite rude.
If you could.
Um,
So we'll ask the public not to make any noise, please.
the issue is that the development is not required to solve an existing problem. It is required to not make the existing problem worse. Absolutely. We have been assured by the LLFA and by the Environment Agency that there is a solution which will not make the current situation in Harberton in terms of the surface water runoff worse. We have been told that. Now, we have to rely on our experts. We may not necessarily agree with them. You may not necessarily agree with them, and that's your prerogative. But my concern is that if this goes to appeal, that we will not win it on the basis that it's a policy compliant scheme. We've demonstrated on a number of issues that the tilted balance is something that we should be looking at. That all of the technical issues have been addressed, and so I would urge you to just remember that this. I appreciate that everyone who lives in the village is concerned. I'm not trying to take away from that. I absolutely appreciate that, but I think from a purely planning perspective, the application is acceptable.
Can I just come back? Can I say then? Okay, so it goes to appeal. So how are they going to then tell us what happens to that 14 cubic meters? A cubic meter's big of water. What happens to that 14 cubic meters if it actually reaches the expected attenuation requirement, and they've only got 165, and we've accepted that when actually even in the drainage report it says that should be there. So why are we accepting something that's not even matching what the recommendation is?
We're not accepting it. We are saying that plan is indicative. It's not going to be an approved drawing. What we are saying is what the applicant is saying is that there is a solution. Now I get that you're worried that solution won't work, but there is a solution. It may not be the one that's shown on the plans, and the point of a reserve matters is to actually get into the detail of a proposal. And if it's not acceptable, then we won't be approving the reserve matters application. We wouldn't. Why would we do that? We wouldn't do that. So the detail comes through the reserve matters. In principle, this site is acceptable for residential development.
So this development, the flood risk assessment and drainage strategy by Trace Design was prepared in 2025. Why did we not ask for an updated version of that to show how that requirement, and that could have, if they'd done it now, they could have actually taken into account what happened this winter. Why could we not say we need to see how what's recommended in there is being delivered on the site?
I think it's clear in the application that this
it's only simple maths.
Sorry,
I'm no drainage
Councillor, if I
engineer.
can just say, this is an outline application, and the only details which we're approving, if we were to approve them today, is I think the entrance. All the other matters are reserved for future discussion and a decision. And outline application is now is a legal process. We're in the danger of saying we wouldn't accept any outline application because we don't have all the details. And I think there's a danger of going down that road in finding ourselves in quite hot water. But hot water in this case, if we don't take into account the fact that many of these issues have not been decided. These, as Ms. Housen has said, are indicative. They are not the final details. Yes, Councillor Runn.
Just to respond, I think there's a not quite sure what the word is, but when we're talking about flood water down the road and we're talking about existing flood conditions, the thing that will change is we're asking for pedestrians to walk in that flood water. This is very much about outline planning. This is what we're testing. So we're asking pedestrians to walk in existing water. We may not be making the flood worse, but we are asking people to walk in it. And that's what I have particular concerns about. I would also slightly challenge your comment about listening to experts. Our expert heritage person has raised an objection. We seem to be fine to ignore that, but listen to other ones. So that would be my
We're
point.
not ignoring it. There's a balance to be made.
I know, but there's a choice in how much weight you
And
give
it was a moderate.
particular
It was
experts.
a moderate way. Councillor Bonnell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've got a lot of conflicting views about this because, you know, I understand the requirement to build houses, and I think there is a need for affordable housing here, and there have been a lot of technical and legal challenges to this. Most of them seem to me to have fallen away, and I think our legal team and officers have answered and put forward some very compelling arguments as to why this site is acceptable. I think in principle I tend to agree with them. I think the site is potentially acceptable, as a lot of the reports have said, but I do still worry about some of the detail, and I think there's 2 or 3 things that haven't been answered in my mind. One of them is regarding the needs assessment for the village, where what we should be doing is supporting sites that meet local need. I don't really understand the housing needs assessment. Maybe that's something that wasn't there. There's a need for affordable housing, clearly, but overall, I'm not really sure I see this as a very sustainable village in terms of its facilities, because it has a pub and a bus stop. It doesn't have any shops, it doesn't have any footpaths from the site. I'm concerned about the heritage elements, but I'm also concerned about the safety of pedestrians. And I know it's only a short walk, but it's sometimes a bit of a messy and wet walk from the site entrance. I don't also agree with the number of houses being allocated to this particular plot of land. To me, that is out of character with the rest of the village. It seems a bit of overdevelopment. We haven't really talked about that too much. I know that the officers recommended we go for more than 9. Maybe that's again to include some affordable housing. Overall, I'm not totally content with the application at the moment as it stands.
Perhaps we could hear from the other members who haven't yet spoken.
It is very difficult, and we've all been here before over being councillors. We've all heard about floodwater and issues with pedestrians having to walk through it. But we have had our officers' recommendation. We've had to listen to our experts around us, and one of the most important things that we're trying to do is ensure that our villages and parishes are sustainable. So I can understand to a certain extent we're asking for more properties on this site, but that does then provide some affordable housing, which is really important to all our villages, all our communities. So I support really the officer's recommendation. I'm sorry, but we've had it all in front of us. We've had a very, very long debate, and I just would support the officer's recommendation of approval. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Carson.
Again, I'm conflicted. It's really difficult. I think Harberton needs some housing and they need to identify some land for the people who need those properties. But am I convinced this is the right site? No, I'm not. I think I'm leaning towards the Heritage Officer's objection.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. This is
Is that any better? No? Okay. I'll nick yours then. So I to an extent, I share my colleagues' difficulty with this one. But so let's set aside for a moment questions of flooding and drainage, and because those aren't particularly in front of us in this application, which is for access only. And I do have a broader concern about that the access as it's currently proposed will create a sort of stuttering entry to the village, because there'd be the entrance to this development and then to the adjoining relatively recent development, and I think it would form a part of a pattern of sort of creeping suburbanisation of our rural built environment, and I think I don't know if that's exactly what our heritage officer was saying, but I think that is a significant harm. And if we then add back in the other constraints of this site, then I think if we're talking about the principle of development on it, then I think I would lean quite heavily against or in favour of refusal, given that we've been invited to find our own balance between harm and benefits. I set aside the issue of the tilted balance. I mean, it's again because it puts a thumb on the scale, but I think in some policy terms and in the policy terms of housing delivery, I mean, and this is compliant to that extent, but so I would lean towards refusal, but my concern is that given what we've seen elsewhere, that this would leave Harberton vulnerable to more aggressive speculative development elsewhere, because no housing need has been met, so my concern is that this is the devil we know, and that vulnerability is very real, and to my mind could present an even greater threat. So that would be my only reluctance in terms of refusal of this case, of this application. Sorry, it's not a case.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the vote in a minute. My own feeling is that this is an outline application. As I said before, that many of the details have yet to be decided, and we shouldn't be making a decision that we don't like the details when we don't know what the details are. The only decision around the application that we're making today would be over the access. All the other matters are to be reserved and agreed later. But there we are. I don't know if Mr. Fairbairn wants to make any comments before we move to the vote.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure at the moment whether or not what you're voting on. Was there a formal? I think Councillor Hodgson,
yes.
Was it seconded?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Can we elucidate on the reasons why you're proposing refusal and the grounds, and if necessary, some reference to development plan policy or NPPF policy that supports where you're coming from?
Apologies. So the objections I raised in my comments just now was heritage, so agreeing with heritage objections. And also I'm concerned about flooding and danger at the pedestrian access. It'd be very much about that specific issue. I haven't been reassured that pedestrians will be safe using access. I understand that we have an issue because highways have deemed it safe. However, highways were not necessarily taking the flooding issue into account, which basically takes away a lot of that road, which will mean that people might have to cross the road to get away from the flooding, which increases the danger. So that's where I'm saying at the moment. Maybe Councillor Hodgson's got some particular policy things to help me out with?
So no, I was going to say exactly that. I think I raised the whole thing about drainage. That's my principal thing, because I think it's irresponsible to approve it on that basis. I mean, if it was coming through with a smaller number of houses which might have less drainage issues, then fair enough. But we are where we are with this one, and I think that choice has been sort of like put before us, and it's likely to come back again. But secondly is the heritage. Certainly, I think the heritage matter that's been raised in terms of the impact, as has been said, on the, sort of the character of the village at the point of entry, so that access will change that. It's unfortunately, to some extent, any new development has such strict requirements on access and, you know, what it looks like, that it's always going to be a case. But where it is in this particular case, I think is absolutely, you know, and is supported by the heritage officer, that there is, you know, potential harm. And secondly, thirdly, should I say, as has already been pointed out as well, I've obviously monthly almost go either to Harberton, Harberton Ford to deliver my report. I didn't this week. It was my birthday, but anyway, but it's not. So I'm very familiar with, you know, particularly on, you know, nasty wintry nights, that road floods. A lot of the roads flood in Harberton without even a big storm being present. So to actually put pedestrians coming out onto that narrow road where there's a lot of flooding that happens despite this site, I think his pedestrian safety is being challenged here. So I'll leave the experts be at the front of the room to actually come up with which JLP policies those refer to. But I think those are very significant issues that we would be we shouldn't approve at this stage.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Can I mention darkness of the site as well when you mention winter evenings, because there are no public lights? Sorry. Tim.
That's not an issue that we're debating. Yeah, Mr. Fairbairn.
Okay, I'm with you on I'm with you on the heritage. I can see how that potentially can provide a defendable ground for a refusal. You undermined yourself the flooding because, or the drainage, because you said that a lesser number might be acceptable, or might be, we don't know. And of course, this is an application for up to 17. So the number of houses that come forward. So I think I don't see the drainage as being a strong, if indeed defensible argument. Bearing in mind we don't have any technical support for there being a drainage issue, and the highway safety. I'm not convinced. The issue is an existing one at present, and this is not contributing to the highway. So if you were going to refuse this application, I would suggest that you're looking at something that says something around the lines of the adverse impact doesn't preserve or enhance the setting of the conservation area or the designated assets. I think, in fact, if somebody would care to help me out, we might be able to help you with a form of reasoning. I noticed Mr. Jackson also indicated he might have something to say in respect of the highway safety ground.
Can I just come back on the?
Just go to Mr. Jackson first.
I just wanted to say that I'm not obviously not the highway neighbourhood officer, so I haven't been privy to the exact details of the flooding of the highway. However, I just went onto our inquiry system to see what complaints were received and what were in those complaints. And it does appear as though there's a lot of blocked drains being the issue. Now, my understanding is the Highways Act places a duty on the Highway Authority to ensure that the highway is drained adequately and safe and suitable as a result. I'm not sure that would form the basis of a legal challengeable reason for refusal on the basis the applicant has got no control over that matter.
Can I respond to that?
Great, go first.
Oh, stop, apology.
It feels like there's a bit of sort of having it both ways. The flooding is existing. Exists already. So it's a bit like So why are we, not that we're making the flooding worse, but we're putting a pedestrian access right onto right onto a road that we think is unsuitable for pedestrians? I mean, if you were putting something next to a motorway, the motorway is there already, but you wouldn't put a gate onto it and say, well, we've got no control over the motorway.
I think if I could just also add, the gate, there is already a gate in that location, or just to the west of it.
It's 7 metres away, and it's not for access. It's not for the public access.
Does it not lead to the public footpath that we've been shown? No. Okay, fine.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg, isn't it? So if you introduce pedestrians, there's likely to become more of an emphasis on the highway authority to maintain the drains because of the complaints received.
Right. I think we've had long enough. Very briefly, please, Councillor Allen. And
yes, well, I just...
Councillor Allen
Councillor
first.
Allen.
Oh, Councillor Allen.
First.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very briefly, because I want
It's just to respond to the drains aspect. I think it was, can't remember who said it, but the floodwater seems to have come down from the field above Dundridge, which is much higher. So it's not about blocked drains in the village, although they probably don't help because that probably backs up. But the floodwater coming down, and I have seen it actually pouring down where we walked, floodwater comes from the fields. So it's about the danger of the combination of an unlit, narrow path with floodwater in it, which will mean that pedestrians will have to move to get out of the floodwater.
Thank you. Yes.
In my view.
Okay. And Councillor Bonham.
Yes, draw your attention to Dev 29, number 5, which says provide for high quality, safe and convenient facilities for walking, cycling and public transport, which I think is what my question or point is of concern, that is not enabled by this application.
Councillor Hawkins.
I am surprised that in the discussions with the flooding is a major issue, but we haven't tried to alleviate this with the S106.
Yeah.
I'm surprised because when other planning applications come forward, we always try to improve things. This obviously is a big issue, and I would have thought, we've obviously got the county councillor here, I would have thought that was one of the things that we would have wanted to be improved.
Sorry, I missed the first point because I was trying to think of a reason for refusal from you. Do you mean in terms of the drainage?
Yeah, with the drainage on the road.
Hmm.
I'm surprised that hasn't been raised or hasn't been part of the discussion or part of the debate. Not necessarily the debate here, but in the past. Because if it's a big issue, which obviously it is, why hasn't that been tried to be alleviated through this planning application?
I think you need to think about what the developer is proposing and what they can be expected to do in terms of...
But then we need to push.
Well, possibly so, but if they are in a situation where they have effectively convinced the experts that there is a solution to this drainage from this site, it's very difficult for us to then also say, oh, and you need to deal with the drainage issues which the village suffers from.
Right. Very. I'm going to end this.
I haven't said much
soon now, so
I've obviously upset the audience anyway. But I really do think it's really important that when we try and have a development, which is a very large development for a small community, that we try and do our best to help the community. And if that is part of the discussion, which is better drainage in that road to prevent, and it's also going to make your residents, if you ever get the development through, your residents happier. So I just don't understand why it hasn't been part of the discussion.
Right. Okay, you made that point. Unless the officers have anything else to add, I'm going to say that we'll move to the vote, and just bear in mind that presumably you're going to say that if the motion is carried, the proposer and seconder are going to have to come up with reasons for refusal.
Well, Chair, I do have the start of a reason. Can I just confirm that your issues are drainage, pedestrian access, and heritage?
Yes.
Okay. So as our solicitor mentioned earlier, we do have a potential reason in relation to heritage. I note what you've said, Councillor Bonham, about Dev 29 for the safe pedestrian access issue. In terms of drainage, do we have that in front of us that we could Dev 35? I would just suggest it would be policy Dev 35. Yeah. No. No. Do we not want to relate it? Huh?
Chair, to save time, if I may,
Yes.
I wonder if Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Allen would accept a proposal that we limit the grounds to for refusal to these two issues of heritage harm and safe pedestrian access, because I think my view is that I'd find it difficult to support a motion that included drainage, because I think there is so much out of the control of the applicant in that.
I'd agree with that. As a second, apologies.
If that makes it easier, that's fine, because I just think we need to ideally kick this one out of the water at the moment. I mean, I think this is a site that potentially could come back with a much smaller proposal, but at the moment, from what we're looking at, but what I find shocking is that we have all these documents brought to us as part of the outline, and then we're told to disregard them. I mean, what's the point of having all these drainage issues brought to us if then it's like it's, well...
Except that the water company has given assurances that the concerns raised can be dealt with. But Ms Houselander.
So my suggestion would be that you have two reasons for refusal, one relating to heritage, and I would suggest that it should be along the lines of the location, form and design of the proposed vehicular access would fail to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the rural lane, which contributes positively to the setting of the Harberton Conservation Area. Contrary to policy Dev 21, that would be.
NPF.
Yeah.
And Dunbridge House? Is that what the Heritage Officer commented on? No.
No.
It's
Sorry. The second. Dev 29, yeah. The second reason for refusal should be the development fails to provide for high quality, safe and convenient facilities for walking, cycling, public transport, contrary to policy Dev 29 in the Joint Local Plan and the NPPF paragraph, which I don't know what it is, but I can put it in.
Are you happy with that one? Does that make sense to you?
If you want to refuse it, those seem to be the most
I don't think she's going to be happy, but...
They seem to be the most appropriate policies that you need to refer to, yes.
Just ask then, so when we do a refusal, in order for it to actually hold, should it go to appeal? I really understand that we are directed to kind of always come up with sort of single things and just keep it really straightforward. But I have concerns that, because it is such a big issue for the community, it's certainly an issue I would agree this is a major problem and potentially hasn't been covered. By not mentioning it at this stage, could we find that therefore it came through at this stage and it comes back again and it's like, well, you didn't say anything then, it's not recorded as being said then? Or does it just sit in our minutes as something that we can make reference to?
Are you referring to drainage?
Yes, yeah.
If you don't put it in your reason for refusal, it will not be necessarily considered through the appeal process.
But I think the view of some members is that it's quite possible because it's only because of what the water company said and because of the indicative plans that it may well not be a valid grounds for refusal.
We don't want to give the appeal officers a reason for it.
I recognise that. Yeah, it's that awful
To be
dilemma.
fair, when an inspector will look at an appeal, the appeals, if he will also have, he or she will also have the ability to look at all of the supporting documentation that came in with the planning application, and if he has knowledge, or he or she has knowledge of the fact that that South West Water have proposed a solution to the flood drainage, and that the lead local flood authority have accepted that a solution can be found for the surface water runoff, that will, in his or her balance, that will weigh possibly quite heavily.
So in other words, the fact that it's seen as okay,
The fact that there is
even if we object to it.
expert opinion that it will be okay will weigh in their consideration of that issue.
Right, I'm going to move to the vote now then. You've had the advice from the officers and I think we agreed on the grounds for refusal if that's the way the vote goes. So can I now put this to the vote? The motion is that this application be refused for the reasons Ms Houselander has, the two reasons that Ms Houselander has outlined. Those in favour of the motion, please show. And those against, please show. Thank you. So the motion is carried. That application is refused for the reasons that we've heard. Yes. Do you need any further information on grounds for refusal? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your forbearance and being with us for so long. Thank you, members, for your forbearance as well for such a long and involved case. And we'll take a lunch break. And we resume at 10 to 3. 10 to 3. Okay, we've got 23 minutes for lunch.
Is this working? Oh, it's working now.
Ladies and gentlemen, members and ladies and gentlemen, our apologies firstly that this has been delayed. As you've gathered, this morning's meeting ran on for some time, and we've just had a very hurried lunch to reconvene now. This is a deferred. This application debate was deferred when it was first brought to committee in October, was it? In October. So we're not going to go through all the procedural issues and explanation. I will just point out that in the case of a fire alarm, the emergency exits are there, and please go to the far end of the car park should there be an emergency. And please make sure your mobile phones are turned off, and that applies to members as well. So we are dealing now with case application number 1733/25/HHO, Higher Manor, Ringmore. It's recommended for conditional approval. As I've said, this is a resumption of the case that was first presented in October, while various issues were considered and clarified. So I'll ask our case officer, Lucy Hall, to explain where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is application 1733/25/HHO, and the site concerns Higher Manor in Ringmore. There's, in terms of updates, there's not been any additional comments that have been received that I'm aware of. If members are minded to approve the proposal, as per the officer recommendation, I'd like to suggest one additional condition, and that is the removal of the existing garage. I'll come on to it in a second. It is indicated to be removed, and in order to actually get a vehicle in the proposed building, it would need to be removed, but I'd just like to propose a condition to make sure it's removed prior to the first use of the building. So the application, as the chair has said, was brought to you in the October meeting last year, and it was deferred. This is a copy of the extract from the minutes, and it's also included within the little update report that I've done. So there was seeking clarification. There was concerns about the accuracy of the plans. There was a question mark over the how many retrospective applications one can do, and there was also some clarification to be sought on whether the previous 2019 permission was extant. So I'm just going to rattle through some of the plans that we've got and photographs just to jog your memory. So application site here to the north, on the northern side of the village of Ringmore, and the site is edged in red. Satellite image, it's up to the north here. Sorry, should just reminded members that there is a public footpath which runs through this field, and there's also a point of, you can view the site from a little gate gap just off to the south, and I'll show you a photograph in a minute. So in terms of the application, before us today. So permission was granted in 2019 for a garage, as shown on the bottom row of the drawings here. Works were undertaken and the development was not built in accordance with the approved plans, as and what is currently built resembles what is proposed at the top here, and what the applicants are now proposing are some changes which would involve removal of dormers, reducing the overall height, and some changes to the materials, which I'll come on to in a second. So one of the concerns previously was in terms of the location of the garage as built. And there was questions over the accuracy of the plans. So the applicants have commissioned a topographical survey, someone to do that for them. So in terms of what we've got in front of us now, those plans are based on that topographical survey. And sorry, I've put everything onto one slide here, but essentially what the proposal is for is ground floor will be used to provide parking. There'd be a stairwell up to a store and office space within the roof. Some photographs. So we're dealing with a retrospective application here. This photograph here, I said there was a gate gap off to the south. This is from this photograph here, and a slightly zoomed in version. So you can see it's at the end of a row of properties, and just zooming in, this is what the building currently looks like. And just some photographs to remind you of the structure as built. Part of the concerns that have been raised through some of the representations that have been submitted is that whether the garage is actually located within the residential plot or does it sit within the field. In terms of all of the information that I've got, I am satisfied that the building, whilst it's close to the boundary, is located within the residential plot. These plans that we've got submitted, there's no blue line around the field. It doesn't suggest that the applicants own that. They've completed certificate A. And as you can see from this photograph here, to me, there doesn't seem to be any incursion into the field, but that is a concern that has been raised. And my assessment, like I say, well close to the boundary, I am satisfied it is within the residential plot. And yeah, just some other images of the building. This is the existing garage here that I would propose a condition on to secure its removal. Like I say, in order to actually physically access that garage and put a car in, it would need to go anyway. It is indicated for removal, but just to ensure that it is removed, I would suggest that condition is imposed. This view here is just as you look in towards the site, and this lower image here is just from the rear elevation. I mentioned that there was a public footpath opposite, and this view is just taken from that public footpath, and our building is roughly located here. So, in terms of the key issues, when the last application was before you, the advice at the time was that officers were not persuaded that the 2019 consent was extant. However, because the applicants had undertaken some drainage works, I think members wanted clarity as to whether those drainage works were directly in association with the 2019 permission. Implementing drainage works, providing it's demonstrated it's in association with the development, can constitute a material start. The information that we have received, in my mind, the applicants have not adequately demonstrated that those drainage works were in association with that 2019 permission. So based on the information that's been provided, our view is that that application is no longer extant. Obviously, it's a material consideration alone, not a fallback application, or a fallback should this application be refused. So in light of that, we have been discussing the application description. The one that was before you was householder application to remove dormers, adjust eaves and ridgeline of garage. If you're saying that the 2019 permission is extant, then that makes sense. But on the basis that we are saying that there is no fallback permission, we have proposed to amend the description to as set out here. So retrospective householder application for the erection of garage, including amendments to remove dormers, adjust eaves and ridgeline, on the basis that the application has been out in the public domain for some time. The garage, the drawings make it clear what is being proposed. We do not feel that it's necessary to re-advertise that application, but just for clarity, we felt it was appropriate to amend the description. I've discussed that with the agent and they haven't raised any concerns. There's been lots of queries raised with regards to retrospective applications. Mr. Fairbairn may wish to come in and clarify the situation, but just to confirm, whilst there, it has been brought to the attention of our enforcement officers that works have commenced that are not in accordance with any approved drawings, and there is cases that have been opened, we have not served any enforcement action. It was all kind of awaiting the outcome of these applications. But Mr. Fairbairn may wish to clarify the position in terms of number of retrospective applications. And the other issue is just in terms of the plans. Like I say, I am aware that there have been additional concerns questioning the accuracy of them. On the basis, the applicants have had a topographical survey, and I haven't got any information to. Contrary to that, I am satisfied what is being submitted accurately reflects the development as proposed.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah.
Just before Mr. Fairbairn starts, I'll just point out that only members who were here at the previous time this was discussed, which was last October's meeting, are entitled to speak or vote on this issue. So that excludes Councillors Hawkin and Hodgson. And without those two, we are still quorate, and everybody else every other member who's here was here for that meeting. So that is valid. So if those other two could refrain from joining the debate, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The details are set out in the report, but in essence, whilst the government policy says there should only be one planning applicant, one retrospective, or one chance to get planning permission retrospectively, the powers under which we decline to determine planning applications are discretionary, and therefore it is quite possible for a developer he has the right, we can't take that right away, he's got the right to submit as many retrospective applications as he likes, and it's up to us, exercising our discretion, whether we entertain those applications or not. If the circumstances or the preconditions exist for refusal. Now, in this case, there's been a lot of discussion about Section 70C, and I think case law has been circulated, or objectors have provided details of case law which they say supports the view that there should only be one retrospective application. That case law that's been circulated doesn't decide what they suggest, but in essence, the power under Section 70C only comes into existence if there has been an enforcement notice served. There's other preconditions, but effectively that's the main stumbling block here, is that there has not been an enforcement notice served. Therefore, the necessary precondition of Section 70C does not apply. It's not fulfilled, and therefore the power doesn't apply, and we are in the position of having to consider
the application. I think that objectors have also made reference to, apologies, have made reference to intent and whether that's a material consideration. And I don't think we dispute that that is the case, but normally a developer's personal circumstances, motives and morals are not material considerations. However, in the case of a retrospective application, a developer's intent can be considered, although it remains the case that in assessing the application, it should be assessed in compliance with the development plan and all material considerations, and planning permission should be granted where the development complies with the development plan unless it's outweighed by material considerations. So it's if you are able to deduce anything about the developer's intention from the facts, then you might well be able to take it into account. What weight you then give it is a matter for you, but ultimately the principal question is whether or not this is a development that complies with the development plan or not. Because in reality, even if it was done intentionally, if it complies with the development plan, then there's no planning harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Now, I'd like members to concentrate any questions on the issues that have been brought back to us today rather than the application as a whole. So if we can move on to that, do members have any questions for Ms. Houselander or for Mr. Fairbairn? Councillor.
If I may, Chair, the issue there at the bottom of the previous page was consideration of plans. Key issues, plans. What's the meaning of that, please? What plans are we specifically, or what elements of the plans are we?
Sorry, that was my fault. That was in relation to the comments that had been received following the submission of the updated plans, and they're being published online. There was lots of comments on whether they accurately reflected the proposal. As I've set out, I'm satisfied they do.
Thank you. I have a question. The roof height's been reduced from 7.2 to 6 metres, I believe, the ridge height. And does that impact on what uses the building can be put to? Because I understand it's intended that it should be ancillary to the main house.
So the applicants are proposing to use the upper floor for a store and office space, obviously without any dormers. Head height is restricted, but you can see from this plan here, I don't know, I can confirm the measurements if that would be helpful. But obviously there would be some head height, it's just restricted because there's no dormers in there. There is a condition proposed that the ground floor is only used or is kept available for the parking of motor vehicles, and that the upstairs remains for incidental uses. There's often a lot of debate about this question of incidental and ancillary. So using your permitted development rights, you can erect something in the curtilage of your property, of your dwelling, that is used incidental. Whilst there have been lots of legal interpretations, in broad sense, incidental use is not doubling up on primary living accommodation. So you could put a gym in there, art studio or whatever, but no additional bedrooms and kitchens.
Or visiting grandchildren in sleeping bags.
Well,
okay,
that would be ancillary.
And can I ask about the windows? I understand there could be Velux type windows. Is there any restriction we can condition on the light emission from those?
I mean, I haven't proposed any, as far as we are concerned. Obviously, and can I ask in terms of what?
Well, I'm thinking in terms of light spill in dark skies and upsetting birds and bats and things. It's always better not to have light spilling from those windows.
I mean, compared to dormers that were installed previously, obviously, although they don't benefit from permission, there will be a reduction in light pollution. Whilst it's not a fallback, the previous permission did include roof lights. I mean, we occasionally use conditions to reduce low transmission glazing, but if members felt that was necessary. Don't know if Ms Houselander wants.
Sorry, yeah, just to say as well, the use of this space. It's not a space above a dwelling, so its use will be, I would suggest, infrequent rather than every day. So therefore the lights won't be on all of the time is effectively what I'm getting at. But if members feel that it's something which they would like to include, then that's
all right. Well, that's something the members can raise if they wish. Councillor Allen.
Hi, just to follow up from the window question, it is part of the Ringmoor neighbourhood plan requirement that dark skies are considered preferable. So would it be possible for to have a requirement that lights are not turned on after the evening if they are to have blinds? I'm not quite sure what the regulations are around dark skies and roof lights. But if there's any way of making that a condition, that would be good.
So, enforcing when people turn their lights on.
Yeah, no, I know.
Apologies. So, enforcing when people turn their internal lights on or off is quite challenging, as is requiring that people use blinds. So, what we have done on other sites is impose conditions for low transmission glazing, which reduces the kind. So if members felt that was appropriate, they may feel that that would be something they'd wish to see on if they were minded to go for approval.
I'd like to support that as a condition if possible. So 3 roof lights, aren't there? Sorry.
This is my coffee.
No, she wants something.
Councillor Bond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure I heard the answer to the question of the height of the proposed building to the ridge, which was asked by my colleague. What's the, as well as understanding what the figure is, proposed figure, what is the guidance that we should be looking at? Because there are some questions about it being above the guidance from the neighbourhood plan or the.
Apologies, bear with me. I
No
will
worries.
just get the heights for you.
Yeah, no problems.
Yeah, I've made a note when I was going through it from 7.2 to 6 metres, but I don't know where that is now.
Yeah, but I also.
the parish council comments indicate that it's reduced by 0.785 of a metre, and the ultimate height will be 6.2 metres. Now, I don't know if that's in the application form, but look.
Yeah, that correlates with what I'm measuring. So in terms of the overall height, it's coming up at 6.1 meters, a reduction from about 7 meters. And there was a question about the height from the eaves to the ridge. You're looking at around about 2.5 meters. And just comparing with the previous approval, that was again around the 6 meters. In terms of what was built, that is about 7 meters, yes. But what is built and is on site at the moment does not have planning permission. In terms of the proposals that are in front of you, that would be to bring it down about a metre.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you. Can I just check that I understand the form and intent of the first condition? So this basically says if we issue approval, or if when we approve this, they have 9 months to get the applicant has 9 months to get the new garage up and running, and which in and of itself will require the knocking down of the old existing garage. But if they don't do that within 9 months, they then have a further 3 months in which to knock down the old garage. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's a condition that inspectors, planning inspectors often use on retrospective applications where they want to see works to be done. So I appreciate it that it's not the kind of normal form in terms of how it is written, but yeah, and essentially what that says. So from the date of decision, we've proposed a 9-month date in order to change the building to what the plans are suggesting. And yeah, there is within 3 months of the date of the failure to meet any of those, then the building that's on site needs to be demolished and all materials removed from the site.
Sorry, so I was perhaps looking at the wrong condition. So the building, as in the one that currently has dormer windows, that building
Correct,
needs to be
yes.
knocked down. So, but weren't you talking at one stage about knocking down the little building that will, the small garage that needs to be knocked down in order for the big garage to function as a garage?
Yes, sorry, there's lots of garages on site. So the plan that's up on screen at the moment, so the existing garage, and there's a little lean-to on the side, is outlined in red. Now, the plans say that that is to be demolished, but there are no conditions or anything requiring its demolition. So without anything on there, even though the plan indicates that it is to be demolished, you know, as we all know, you've got 3 years in which to commence, or, well, obviously we've got something slightly different on here. But if we don't impose a condition, then, you know, whether they remove it tomorrow or within 20 years time, you know, it doesn't really matter if you don't condition it. So yeah, the condition that I proposed, the additional condition I proposed at the outset was the demolition of that building, so you don't then have a multiple of outbuildings on the site.
Okay, so and because looking at the way they're juxtaposed in this drawing that's on the screen, the new building, which is to the left there, couldn't be fully functioning as a garage with the red building in front of it. So is this
that is correct?
So given that we've got condition 1 that says do it within 9 months or knock it down within a year, I don't see why they can't satisfy that condition without demolishing the little red building.
Well, they can satisfy it in so much as condition one, they build the building. There's no requirement to use it. I mean, members may feel, it's a bit excessive, requiring that little garage to be demolished because, if you want to park a car in there, then in order to physically access it, you need that little garage out of the way.
So what you're saying is that they could complete the building with the garage doors, but they could not use it as a garage and leave the other building standing.
Correct.
So you want to avoid that.
Correct.
Sorry to late. I appreciate that I'm trespassing on everybody's time, and maybe I'm being a bit thick, but
One of those is true.
the condition one requires it to be fully operational as a garage for the parking of motor vehicles. How can they meet that condition? They couldn't possibly meet that condition because you couldn't park a motor. Or is there enough room between? I suppose is the question. Is there enough room between the red building and the new building to get a car in?
Well, playing devil's advocate, a motor vehicle is a scooter or a motorbike.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Like I say, members may, if you're minded to approve, you may not feel that additional condition I'd suggested is necessary. I guess I was concerned because of, the location. We're in sensitive, prominent location.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham. You raise your hand.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I'm back on the heights. So I notice on the plan, there's a height specified for the new garage, which is, as we've said, 6.2 roughly. But there's also a reference. I think that's the wrong one. Yeah, I think there's a reference. There's a reference figure there somewhere. I can't quite see it on there. Can't see it really, but a reference figure which presumably is above some datum level. So my question is, what is the height of this ridge compared to the house? Because I think, which is well, it's a chalet bungalow. Because shouldn't we be, my reason for asking is, shouldn't we be concerned about the relative heights of these two buildings so that one doesn't dominate the other one?
It's a fair question, and if you bear with me, I will get that measurement for you, but just
It's listed as a height now of 58.7 from some base level, sea level or something, and it will go down to 58.7 down to 57.9. But I don't see anything showing on the height of the house, which is a chalet.
yeah, we don't have the height of the house on this application, but we will have it on a previous application. So if you just bear with me a second, I'll get that measurement for you.
Oh, okay. Can I also ask another question while you're looking at that, Jan, or should I wait?
Well, if it's to Ms. Hall, I suggest you let her find that out first.
Right, I've now found the plan, so just bear with me a second, I'll just measure it. So bearing in mind there's often a little room for inaccuracy. It's looking at around the 6.1, 6.2 metre height. So based on that, I would say that the proposed garage in front of you and the house would be about the same height. But obviously, if I just go back to that photo, do bear in mind that you have got the change in topography and the garage does sit slightly up the hill. So from your vantage points, it may appear slightly higher, even though the ridge height is the same. If I just bring my photograph back up to demonstrate what I mean. No. Doing this.
Where's the rain?
Apologies. I'm having some IT issues today. Right, this is the plan I want.
Right. Oh.
This one. I mean, whether you'd actually pick it up that much, I don't know. But yeah, so the existing house is around 6.1, 6.2 metres. This existing garage is obviously around 7 metres. So it would be slightly lower. So I don't know, maybe from a distant view, you wouldn't pick it up that much. Slight change in topography, but not that much.
Thank you. More questions?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, one of the objectors commented that the previous garage on its first floor had fittings for a bathroom and maybe a kitchen, or at least that was alleged. Is this approval stopping that in some way or other? I mean, I know it's ancillary, but what could be fitted in that so-called ancillary office space?
Well, I mean, there is, so condition 5 states that, so the ground floor should remain permanently available for the parking of motor vehicles. And then if they want to use the first floor should only be used as a store and office incidental to the enjoyment of the main dwelling house. So any uses would need to be incidental. So probably things like your kitchen, you know, if someone's got an office in there, you know, and they're bringing a kettle in, that's probably not going to be an issue. But, you know, if they start then introducing cookers, etc., then I would argue that that is an ancillary use of that space rather than an incidental use of that space. But the whole purpose of the condition is to ensure it kind of is used in association. It couldn't be used as a separate piece of residential accommodation, and that it's only used incidental. I mean, because, you know, as we've discussed previously, whilst, you know, somebody can access that roof space without any dormers, etc., you know, you are fairly constrained in the space.
Do members have any other questions? See no hands raised. In which case we'll go to the debate. Councillor Allen?
Thank you. Bearing in mind the fact that it can only be used for incidental use, that the ridge height has been lowered by, I think, just over a metre, that the original garage by condition is to be knocked down, I'm feeling minded at this moment to accept application as is. That's just my feelings at the moment now. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for inviting me, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councillor Allen on this, and in fact, to the extent that I'd be prepared to propose at this stage that we, and without wishing to forestall in debate, but that we approve this application in line with officer recommendation.
Seconder?
I'm seconding, but I also wanted to add that can we make a condition of dark sky glazed windows, please? But I know that's not an actual saying.
So
but
are you happy with that, Simon? And with the original officer's additional condition of the removal of the existing building, which was your bête noire?
It was a bête gris. So I suppose I'm happy with it. I mean, if we take on face value the fact that the use will be incidental, then I don't see it as being crushingly necessary. Nor do, on the other hand, do I see it as being particularly onerous. So if Councillor Allen wants to tack that on, then I'm to accept it.
That's the two conditions, which one is removal of the existing garage and the second is the low transmission glazing. Yep, you're both right. That's what's being proposed. Do any other members wish to speak?
Do you want to have that as a delegated decision to agree, delegate to the head of DM to agree the wording of the conditions in consultation with the proposer and seconder? And
Yes,
board member?
that's fine. In that case, if nobody else, did you want to say something? No. Quit while you're ahead. If nobody else wishes to add anything, I will put this to the vote. Those in favour of approval of this application with those two conditions, please show. Unanimous. So that application is approved, the amended plans and with the two conditions to be worded. Thank you very much, members. Well done for. We're not done yet. I know we're not, but we are nearly. So that application is approved. We have planning appeals and major developments. So Ms. Houslander is going to
order.
Ms. Houslander will update us on planning appeals to some extent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I haven't managed to do all of the appeals, so the appeals that I haven't managed to do, we will defer to the next meeting, but I will do my best.
Oh, sorry.
We are still trying. Oh.
Speaker off.
We are still broadcasting at the moment.
So, first appeal, the first site is Woodford Barn at Black Orton. There are actually two appeals in relation to this site. This is the first one, which they are the both appeals against Class Q proposals. Bear with me. second. So in both cases, I probably will. I don't know why this slide won't move on. Technical issues again. Apologies. Oh, here we go. So this is the site known as Woodford Barn in Blackwalton. This is the internal proposed layout of it. And then if I move on to the next one. That's the next one, and it's a very similar application. So they're both effectively for class Q conversions. In both cases, well, in the first case, the applicant, and I'll just go back to the first case if I can get back there. The applicant had included, so there's limitations on the size that you can convert these barns, and for a large barn, that limitation is 465 square meters, and for a small barn, it's 100 square meters. And in both cases, both the large and the small barn, the large barn was showing as 507 square meters, and the applicant didn't include it because he suggested that it was a covered terrace. So if you look up here, where my cursor is, that's described as a covered terrace, and then also a covered terrace down the side here. And so that the applicant excluded that floor space from the Class Q conversion. And if we just go to the other one.
So can I just ask, so there's the overhanging roof of the original?
Yes. So,
and the original footprint?
Yes. Yeah. So in effect, it's within the footprint of the original building and is surrounded by a wall and a roof. But they still suggested it was an outdoor terrace. Yes, it had walls. It has walls. Yeah, yeah. I'm moving on too quickly. Sorry. Yeah. So yes. So as you can see, the walls are here and here. And so we recommended refusal as it not suggesting that it's not. It didn't comply with the Park Q requirements that you need to comply with, and the inspector agreed with us and said you can't exclude internal floor space, even though you might describe it as a covered terrace. You know, it's still within the footprint of the building. So, in both of those cases, the appeals were dismissed.
Could I just say, I mean, it seems to me that this one sort of highlights the overall madness of Class Q as a provision, because in a way, this is this is, as people observed, very close to where I live, and it's a huge barn, and in a way, those are exactly the sort of ones that should get converted, because you could offer much more accommodation with them. They can't be because they're too big, and this one has come repeatedly backwards and forwards before. So there have been several applications struggling. So the little green thing that you can see there is sort of carved out again to try and stay within the space constraints. And that, so, but it's just, yeah. I mean, I think it's absolutely the right decision, but I think it just really is a mad system.
I think it's also quite helpful that inspectors are also considering floor space quite strictly as well. So yeah. So the next application, there's 2 or 3 applications that now follow on the site at Dennings in Wallingford Road in Kingsbridge. This appeal was for a single dwelling, and in the area described at the bottom of the image as Brookland House. That's the design of the dwelling proposed, like a big dwelling. And that's the there's the dwelling there, and these are the previously approved dwellings on this site. It's there. And the reasons that we gave for refusal on this one was the impact on living conditions of the adjoining dwelling. So that's this dwelling. The adequacy of car parking. So just go back. There doesn't looks like there's a garage, but because of the size of the dwelling, it probably needs 3/4 parking spaces, which I'm not convinced you could get in that space. And the third reason is whether the proposal provides adequate detail to assess the biodiversity net gain requirements. The inspector agreed that the impact on next door dwelling because of the balconies, which are included, would impact on the privacy of the adjoining house, and that the privacy criteria, would normally be sort of looking about private gardens, but it includes a reasonable level of seclusion now, and he or she felt that would be harmed as a result of the development. And also, but he or she didn't agree about the parking or the BNG. So that appeal was only dismissed on the basis of the privacy aspect, not the other two issues. We've got another one at Dennings. This was whereby an appeal was allowed. So the application site is the area with the red line around it. And it was for the provision of 4 garages to serve the dwellings that have already been approved on the site. And we refused it on the impact of the development on the living conditions of occupiers of neighbouring properties, and also additional traffic impacts and highway safety, and impact on landscaping, flooding and drainage. The inspector concluded that because the garages were flat roofed, that they could, and so could be used as terraces, could be satisfied by putting a condition on not allowing them to use the flat roofs as terraces, and therefore that he or she didn't agree with the privacy issue, and didn't also agree that the traffic impacts couldn't also be dealt with by conditions. So that appeal was allowed. Another one at Dennings, and this was also allowed. The red line here is obviously as shown. This was for, I'm trying to think what this appeal. Yes, this was a slightly unusual one. It was an application for a winery stroke agricultural building. You can see the distillery and what have you in the building. There was an issue with a tree, preserved ash. So the ash clearly had a tree preservation order on it, and does give some benefit to the wider amenity of the area. And he highlighted that it was unfortunate that the best location for the building was also where the tree was located, but then concluded that you could put another tree there and ultimately it would have a similar level of amenity. So that
might take 30 years. I mean,
yeah.
Is that a bit worrying?
Well, I'm not sure I would have concluded the same, but yeah. I think that because there was a lot of land within the applicant's control, he felt that there was an ability to put a tree somewhere else on the site, and so yeah. So it's a debatable one, that one.
Can
to just take you back to the flat roof issue.
Yes.
I mean, do inspectors live in the same on the same planet as we do? Because you could put that condition on saying you're not allowed to use your flat roof as a terrace, but you could have people coming out there partying every night in their deck chairs and flip flops and things, and um, what we wouldn't enforce that in practice, I mean, or we couldn't, because you'd have to catch them at it, and it just seems that the idea that that sort of use, if assuming the inspector didn't agree that it wasn't desirable, the idea that we could actually get rid of it by condition just seems bonkers.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, would anyone think about going and standing on their garage roof? Cause, yeah, I don't know.
I think it depends on the location. If it was overlooking a lovely sea view,
Yeah.
I have known that to be exactly the case.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's in the middle of a town and you're going to have to climb up a ladder to get onto it, and there's no safety railing, perhaps you wouldn't. But in some circumstances, it certainly happens. But presumably, if it's conditioned, then it can be enforced if there are complaints.
Yes. The Class Q criteria doesn't allow you to place an extension on the front principal elevation of it, and there was debate during the application processing as to whether or not where it was proposed was on the front, and we felt it was, and that's why we refused it, and the inspector agreed with that. This is a tree application, and I just need to stop sharing for 1 second because the tree officer has given me some comments on this one, so bear with me. So this one, the works, so they wanted to remove this lime tree at the front here, and the tree officer was unhappy about that and felt that you could pollard the tree in order to retain it, but to reduce its impact on one glebe land, and the inspector disagreed with him.
Do we know if the tree predates the house? Oh, sorry. Do we know if the tree predates the house?
I don't, I'm afraid.
Because this is one of the issues that we put TPOs on trees to protect them when development takes place, and then immediately somebody's moved in, they say, "Oh, this tree is dropping leaves and cutting my light." No, we protected that tree. You had to plan your development around it and accept consequences of living under a tree.
Yeah.
And all too often, people come forward and then ask for the tree to be felled. So
I suspect that's why Lee Marshall, the tree officer, asked for it to be pollarded rather than removed. But unfortunately,
yeah,
if it's gone, yeah.
Well, it can't be removed if it's a TPO tree. It has to have that approval.
It has to. They have to apply.
It's pollarded.
No, they said it
The
needs to be
inspector has allowed it to be removed.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it has been there probably longer than the houses because there's other trees. I don't know of that specific one, but there's others.
I always find that worrying that we protect trees for a specific. Sorry, can we have one conversation, please? We protect trees for a specific reason, and then find that the protection is taken away.
Mm. This is another appeal which has been allowed at Alston Gate, Marlborough. I think this was in relation to the change of use of the nursery to I think holiday use, but I'm not convinced by that. But anyway, it was a certificate. That was it. It was a certificate of lawful use. In relation to the use of that land as a nursery site, but it was refused on the basis that there was a consideration that the use had been abandoned. It's quite a difficult test to meet abandonment when sometimes you might see a barn and it's not got a roof or what have you, but actually, so you could argue that's abandoned, but another barn with the roof, a degree of air tightness would not have been abandoned. So it's quite a tough test. But the inspector found that he didn't think the use had been abandoned, and that it was capable of lawfully operating as a nursery, even though on a reduced site area. And there was no condition requiring any aspect of the approved layout to be maintained. This is an interesting one because if you want to change the use of land, you need to include such a condition to ensure its future use under that use. And if you don't do that, if you don't include that condition, then it means that because the layout hasn't been agreed, you can move things around a bit more than you would normally be able to do. But if you had said it needs to be as laid out, then we may not be in this position. What has happened with this one is that the site has been gradually chunked off, if you like. So there was it was originally the whole of the site, and then an element was taken off, and then another element was taken off for a different use. And then the we felt that it had eroded the planning unit. So the planning unit would originally have been the whole of the site, and they've taken a bit off and then another bit off, and then to the point where it could no longer operate in accordance with the original permission. But the inspector indicated that the facts indicate that the site has a lawful planning permission as a nursery, which I do not consider has been abandoned as a consequence of the change in the planning unit or through the intentions of the operator. It's quite an interesting one, and we also got costs against us on this one. So.
It could easily just be a lot of weeds and still be claimed to be horticulture, you know. A lot of people with allotments claim that. Oh, still in use. Yes.
This application is Grandview Road. It's known as Westwood, the house in Hope Cove. There it is on the location plan. That's the actual house itself. Huge. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like from this plan, this drawing shows the light pollution that emanates from the dwelling. It's quite significant. And obviously the main issues from the planning officer's perspective was the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, including Heritage Coast, whether it would conserve the landscape and scenic beauty of the national landscape, whether it provided suitable housing with regard to local development strategy, and whether the proposal would make appropriate carbon reduction measures. The inspector agreed, thankfully, that the scale and the glazing and the lighting of the dwelling would detract from the character of the national landscape and the Heritage Coast, and noted that whilst the proposed dwelling would have more bedrooms than the existing 4-bed dwelling, both dwellings fall in the category of 4 or more bedrooms, and the proposal would thus not make the existing balance help with the existing housing stock, the balance of the housing stock, and the climate emergency planning statement that was submitted with the application. The inspector found that the appellant had provided adequate evidence to demonstrate compliance with M5. M5 obviously comes into play when you are looking to demolish and rebuild. Yeah, the inspector considered that the climate emergency planning statement had demonstrated that. Again, quite an interesting one in terms of the climate emergency issue. That, you know, the policy Dev 32. You know, we sometimes get agreement with how we've interpreted it, and sometimes we don't. So, I think that's the last one. It is the last one, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. And major developments are normally a question. Sorry. Major developments is normally a question that the list is there for you to look at, and if you have any questions, raise it with the officer concerned or with Pat normally.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, but if you've got any questions that you want to raise in this forum, very welcome.
No, you're not waving at me. No. Thank you. In that case, the meeting finishes at 3 minutes past 4. Well done. Thank you, everybody, for your forbearance throughout the day. Hopefully, and that